Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Uh, Tonight, we're gonna have Vupechat is doing a Halloween party. It's doing its annual Halloween party, and we're going in. We're gonna have fun. Gonna have a little fun. We're gonna meet some people, and we're gonna have a good time. I think this is gonna be really fun. Yeah, and they added a little trick or treat feature, which I'm. This is going until like almost midnight, so I'm gonna be on. Hopefully, the whole time. The plan was to be on for the entire day, but it was like at 8 a.m. And listen, I do not do 8 a.m. Okay. Okay, I'm not gonna be your stereotypical sleep deprived VTuber. Okay, that's not what we're going for here. That's not what we're going for here. Anyways, let's get started. I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of other people who are live today. So be on your best behavior, chat, okay? Alright. Oh, Snooshy. Snooshy Snoot. I don't know what I'm doing, chat. Oh, hold on. Let me just. Oh. Oh. Oh, we can trick or treat. Oh. Trick. Oh. Oh, God. What is.
Alright.
Okay, there's a demon hiding here, I think.
Yeah, you have to scream.
Ah! Oh no.
Louder.
Oh no. Oh no, I've been carled. I've been carled. Chat, what does that do?
You have to scream.
Ah! Oh god. 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 Why does it make me so anxious?
You gotta just scream.
Ah! Oh!
Alright, he's gone.
Yep. I knew I should have stocked up on my Carls.
It's okay. Hi, welcome in. I'm Sunchi.
Hi, Sunshi.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello, Neo Moon VT227, a mysterious being that lurks deep in the Appalachian Mountains. Model is by Monochrome Agent.
Yeah. Hi.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Sunji.
Nice to meet you.
Did you just come on here?
Yeah. Yeah, I just, went live and, started to vibe.
I see. Makes sense. Here. I'm sorry. Can you see me?
Uh, Not really.
Oh. Okay, how about now? Better?
Oh, jeez. Oh, that's cool, though. That's kind of badass.
Hi, I'm Sunchi. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too. That's really
Mm,
cool looking.
mm, mm, mm. No, I'm normal. It just runs in the family. And then you say, "Ho, no one in your
Yeah.
family runs." And then I'm like,
Yeah, I'm running from your family.
"Wait, what?
I'm running from your family.
You're running from my family?"
Yes.
It's like, fuck your. No, here. I don't want to see them. I don't want to see your mommy. I don't want to see your daddy. I want to see your brothers. I see how it is. My heart is
Yeah.
broken.
Yeah, I was gonna be here from, like, the 8 a.m. start, but listen, I do not do 8 a.m., okay?
I want to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I don't think it was worth it. A lot of people are like, "Oh, I'm gonna start at 7 a.m. and get a 24 hour." But I'm like, dude, it's $20. I guess if you
Yeah.
start here from the beginning, you just get $20. I'm like, it's just $20.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
And you have to do 24 hours. And like, dude, I don't know. How much is your time worth?
I don't know. Probably more than $20.
You know what, Neo?
Ah.
Don't tell anyone this.
Yeah.
You're worth more than $20.
Hell yeah.
You're 100 grand bar. Uh,
Oh yeah, baby.
mm. So yeah, what brings you on here though?
I was just kind of interested in the whole like Halloween party thing that was going on, and there's a lot of people on. It looks like today, so I'm kind of excited for that.
Yes, indeed. Wait, have you? Is this not your first time?
It's not my first time on Vupechat, but it's my first like Halloween party, I guess.
Halloween party. Interesting. 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 Hmm. Okay, I get you. Sorry, my brain went elsewhere. Hmm. So wait, you've never. Okay, so you've been on. So you've been on here before, but just. Uh,
Oh God, not again! Not again! Not again! Come on, just do the thing. Just do the thing, bro. Just jump scare me, bro. Just jump scare
scream.
me, bro.
Scream. Scream.
Ah!
Banga banga.
I,
What?
I,
Did it work?
it did not. I need to be loud, which I'm good at being loud. Like I like
Loud
being
and
loud.
proud.
I'm a loud potato. I don't know why I just call myself a potato. Why do I do this to myself? Why do I
Are
do
you a
this to
potato?
myself? Ah! Come on, do the thing before you. I'm just gonna strip it.
Ah! Oh god, my voice cracked.
Oh
Ew. Ew.
God, what was that? Oh no. What? Where- Uh, okay, come on, come on, come on.
Hello.
Hello! Oh, I'm trying to be loud
Hi.
because I got Carl with me.
Hello.
I was trying to jump scare. Ah!
Oh, there we go.
I tried to jump scare you and I jump scared myself. That's phenomenal, honestly.
Cool, I don't even see Carl.
Yeah, you're just a purple square.
Oh, of course I am. Don't worry. I'm also streaming.
Yeah, I'm streaming too.
Mm, beautiful. So how have you been? How's your day?
It's been pretty good. I kind of just woke up, even though it's like 6.
Mm,
Living that VTuber lifestyle, baby.
mm, that VTuber. I can't. I can't stop thinking about uh Mega Evolution Starmie,
Oh no.
the fucking log star.
It's incredible. It's beautiful. It's fantastic.
It really is. Yeah. Ugh, what a pain. You meet any cool people today?
I just got on, so not yet.
Mm. You're late now.
Yeah. Yeah, I just got on.
Mm-mm. Well, how much candy have you had so far?
Just one.
I got 87.
Incredible.
Truly, true. I'm not sure how many people I've met, but it's definitely over 100 by now.
Yep, that's probably gonna be the vibe today. I'm gonna be on until it ends at 11.
That's a long time. How long have you been streaming again?
Uh, I just started like 20 minutes ago, so that's not that bad.
What time is it for you right now?
It's like 6:40 or something.
You will not claim that $20 gift card from me.
Oh no.
I will beat you.
Oh no.
Come hell or high water, I want that $20 gift.
Not the
I am
$20 gift card.
I'm fighting for the $20 gift card. I want
Oh
Chaos
no.
Gate.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh yes.
We're gonna have
Just
to
get
show
it.
hands for this gift card, aren't we? I'm ready. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it.
I'm ready to throw down. Come on. Fight me. Fight me. Come on.
Nope.
See ya.
Bye. This is gonna be a fun night. I have a feeling this is gonna be fun. Oh, DVD. Dibbity. That's a cool name. Hello. Oh God,
Oh, hello.
it's Megamind. We're getting rizzed up by
You
Megamind.
know what's up? Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
You're looking very good today.
Thank you. Thank you.
How's your day?
It's been pretty good. It's been pretty good. I'm having a pretty fun time. I mean, I just got on like 20 minutes ago, but it's still been
Oh.
kind of fun so far.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, I've been checking up on my citizens. You know what I mean? Checking up on the citizens and the visitors nearby.
Meanwhile,
It's
I'm just
always a
here,
good time.
like I got myself all cozy. I got myself some tea. I got myself like a nice blanket.
Yes.
Heck yeah, we're doing
Mhm.
Voop Chat cozy today because you know what? It's
Cozy.
spooky season, and spooky season is also my cozy season because I'm just that bitch.
Yes, spooky, cozy, vibey. We just love that.
Yes,
With a little bit of
absolutely.
rain. Oh, it's all good. A
Yes.
winter breeze. Oh, perfect.
Yep. And I just got called twice in a row. So that's how my day's been going.
Hey, if you get a little cold, let me know. I'll set your neighbor's house on fire, and then you'll get nice and warm.
Oh no.
No, it'll be fine. It's fine. It's under renovations. Yeah, renovations.
Yep. It's under renovations. Yep. Not my
Mhm.
fault. Not my fault.
No, not your fault whatsoever. Okay. Oh my god. I've been having so much fun with this PNG dumb looking thing.
It's glorious. It's just glorious. It's hilarious.
Thank you.
This is just phenomenal in every way.
I was like, cute outfit or atrocity.
I mean, it's a little bit of both. It's a little bit of both. But it's more on the atrocity
Mhm.
side. I'm gonna be real.
Hey, we love it though. We
Yeah, we
love it.
we like a
It's
good
what keeps the
atrocity every
people
now and then. Oh
going. It's
God.
what keeps the people going.
Yep,
It's what
yep.
gets the people going, all right? We
Sometimes you
gotta.
just have to be an atrocity, and you're doing great. I mean,
Yes.
you know what? Fuck it. We're going in atrocity mode here. Oh, come on. Where's my There's my atrocity toggle.
Yes! Yes! Chaos! I
Yeah.
believe! Yes!
Yeah.
See, that's what we like to see.
Hell yeah. Oh God, not the Voop Quig.
No!
Not the Voop Surge.
No! We're
No.
leaving!
Bye. This is gonna be a fun stream. I can already tell. We've only met 3 people and it's been lit. Oh, hey, it's sick. Hey, sick. Oh God, what is that?
Ricky, a Pepsi.
Sick. Sick. My guy.
What?
The Labubu?
The Labubu. This guy, no. This is not your ordinary Labubu, okay? This is your limited edition Labubu from the Bronx, okay?
Oh God.
Yeah, the Bronx Boo Boo, the Boo Boo, the Bronx,
Labu.
the Bronx Boo Boo. There we go.
Labrubu.
The Bronx
Labrubu?
Boo Boo. Yep. Yep. We just repping, with the New York Yankees,
Hell
New
yeah.
York,
Hell yeah.
the Yankee with no team, you know, we got the bib, we got the bev, and we got
Yeah.
the
Hell
joint,
yeah.
you know. I should have probably put myself in a New York background, but you know what? Fuck it.
It's in a basement in New York somewhere.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Exactly.
I'm pretty sure I'm somewhere in like in a freaking apartment somewhere in Chinatown.
Exactly, exactly. You just got the $1 billion 1 bedroom apartment and
Yep. I got it
like
for good. I got it for
yeah,
good off.
yeah, hell yeah.
There's a lot of rats. Just a lot of rats. I think some of them are labubus, but I'm kind of too scared and nervous to pick it up.
Here, do you want another rat?
Sure, why not?
I'm not even sorry. I'm not even sorry. I stocked up. I stocked up yesterday via the Gamba. I gambaed and stocked up on my Carls for today. Listen, someone's gotta. Someone's gotta. It's only seasonally thematic. The quiet disappointment is amazing. The quiet disappointment here is amazing. It's like it's palpable. Oh no. It's palpable.
Fuck you. Baba Booey. Baba Booey.
There. Now you cannot escape. You cannot escape your fate. You cannot escape your fate.
Take that. I'm trying to be quiet as possible. But also screw you.
Ah!
Baba Booey. Baba Booey. Baba Booey. Baba Booey. Baba Booey.
I skipped before you could jump scare me. Sometimes you just gotta. Sometimes you just gotta. Let's see. We got slime. We got firework. We got more Carl. Fuck yeah. Oh, that's a Warpo Ray. Oh my god. This was a very good clam. We're gonna test a Warpo Ray on our next victim. I mean, the next person we get matched with. What? Uh, hello? What the fuck? Uh, uh chat? What the hell? Uh, hi? This is beautiful. Yep, this is just 10 out of 10 right here. This is peak Vupechat, by the way. Put this on the Discord real quick. Because this is just glorious. Uh, let's look at it. Ooh, that's cool. But yeah, this is probably the best one I've seen today so far. This is honestly iconic. This is iconic, chat. But I'm gonna skip because there's not much else going on. I don't know what the hell that was. Golf? Oh. Oh, yeah. She's doing a breast cancer thingy, which I will be a part of.
Shit.
Hello. Oh, you're so cute.
Hey,
I love
wait.
your, like,
Me
Bowsette.
too. Thank you. Shh. No, 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 no. I'm a ghoul fae. Definitely not an all basic Bowsette. Not definitely. That's not a chain chomp. That's a chew chomp. Here, let me just see the difference. See, it's much
Yep.
more
Yep.
ornate.
Yep. Absolutely.
Oh,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
absolutely. Did I hear you mention breast cancer?
Yeah, because I knew there was going to be, like, a breast cancer. Oh, that was you doing the whole, like, breast cancer
Yeah.
Vupechat event thing.
Yeah, I'm doing it next Wednesday night at 6 p.m. CST and would love to talk to you there.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna be a part of that because I try to live stream all the Vupechat events because it's kind of fun.
It is. It is. Yeah, I just want to I want to spread some awareness and stuff because I think that it's super important and a lot of people don't realize kind of the details and stuff and
Yeah.
who it affects because it doesn't just affect women's. So, yay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yay. I like your model. It's really pretty.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
So, are you a wolf or a fox? Sorry, I didn't get a chance to read your bio, and of course,
Technically, I'm a cryptid.
you're a cryptic. Okay, what kind of cryptic are you?
Uh, just one that lurks deep within the forest.
Oh, okay. So if we see you, we actually don't. I got you. I got
Yep.
you.
Yep.
Are you from Appalachia?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm from North Carolina, so we have a lot of
Yeah.
spookily
Yeah.
there.
I mean, technically, I'm from literally I was literally born on a mountain on the Tennessee-Georgia border.
Ah, I know where that is. I know where that is. It's a good mountain range. That's a really good mountain range.
That's how country I am.
Yeah, that's a good area. We actually we honeymooned up in Lester, North Carolina, and it was beautiful.
Nice. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, it's definitely like one of my favorite like little like IRL lore hints of myself. She's like, oh yeah, I was born on a mountain on the Georgia Tennessee border because it sounds really fucking country and it's really funny.
Yeah. It's well, and people don't realize how vast the South is.
Yeah.
So you can be in Appalachia, but if you're up in Boone, that's all the yuppies and shit, right?
Yeah.
Asheville and Boone, it's all the yuppies and shit. But then you go down to I don't know, Hiawassee and stuff, and you're gonna get a mix. It's a mixed bag.
Yeah.
You go up to Gatlinburg, and it's the really rich people.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Backwoods Gold. Hi.
Good job, peasant. But that's cool though. That's cool. Yeah, I moved from North Carolina down to Alabama, and I love it. It's great.
Yeah.
We don't have to pay the emissions tax.
Yep. I'm just here living in North Carolina probably my whole life.
Yeah, I recommend leaving. Right, leave. Get out while you can. I miss NC. I really do, but at the same time, I'm I don't miss not having the stupid admissions tax.
Oh,
and stuff.
yeah.
So, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I get it.
Yeah. So, how's your day been today?
It's been really nice. Got Carled twice, but that's okay.
Dang, I haven't gotten Carl yet. Is Carl a ghost?
It's a jump scare.
Oh, I probably won't get it then, because I have the light sensitivity feature on.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that kind of sucks.
Yeah.
So what kind of games do you play?
I play a little bit of everything. I mainly play like cozy and indie games these days.
Oh, I love cozy games.
Yeah, I really love playing cozy games, especially this time of the year.
Oh yeah.
Yes, cozy
Do you
games
play
in fall.
Cozy Grove?
I do not.
You should check it out. It's like Animal Crossing, but with little ghost bears.
Oh, I wanted to play the one that's like Animal Crossing, but it's dinosaurs.
Oh, Paleo Pines.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to skip her. No. Oh, I'm 5:25. Hell yeah. Because I commonplace. I started commonplacing, and it's fucking amazing. Shit, I forgot. What was the? I'm gonna have to DM her or something later because I don't remember. Oh, oh, that's cool. It's a Fulf. I like a good Fulf. Hello, hi, hi. Oh God, oh God, not again, not again. Oh, what?
I'm
Huh?
pregnant again. I'm pregnant again.
Yo. Not the Carl. Not again. Not again. All right. All right.
Big old, got a big old belly and second boobies.
That's phenomenal. That's phenomenal. Oh God.
I just so happen to have my model in the right spot that it does that, and I'm just like, I'm pregnant.
Yeah.
I literally go, boom, I'm pregnant.
Yep. Yep. That's really funny. I really like that.
Just have the giant, there we go, big weird face pumpkin there.
Not on the booba, not on the chest. A boba.
Are you a folk or a fox? I mean, are you a fox, a wolf, or a folk?
I am a cryptid.
Oh,
This is just the form I choose to take.
what's a cryptid?
Uh, I'm just something that lurks deep in the woods.
Oh, I'm a folk. I'm a fox wolf hybrid.
Cool.
Yeah. My mother wolf got a little bit too frisky with fox male.
Valid. Valid.
She likes the shorter men. why I like the taller men.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Yeah,
I'm
I
the
really like.
size of a coyote, so I like those big boys.
Yeah. Yeah, we like. I actually don't care. I don't really care about that sort of thing. I'm like the master of not giving a fuck, by the way.
Perfect. I need that song. I need a big boy. I need a big boy.
Oh! Okay, that was an experience.
Just got jump scared. Sadly, my mic
Yeah.
doesn't go high enough to be able to startle that thing, so I just get
Yeah.
stuttered with it when it goes on my screen.
Oh, nice. I mean,
I don't know why, but my mic picks up very well on my computer, but when it comes to Vupechat, it's like silent. It barely picks it up. I don't know why.
yeah.
And it does it with other mics too. I can't figure it out.
Yeah, I tend to be kind of loud, and I have like kind of like screechy laugh, I guess. So it's really easy for me. Like I do try to keep it down a little bit at least.
But your avatar is so cute. I just want to see your pet pets.
Thank you. And also, I can. do this
Oh, why they so cute?
because I listen. I've been jump scaring people with this toggle all day. Okay.
Wait, why would they be jump scared by that? It's adorable.
I don't think they're expecting it. It's just kind of like my bald toggle, I guess.
Bald. I need to make a bald toggle, but
Uh,
getting into work is
yeah,
really difficult.
yeah. I like me a good bald toggle. Like, listen, anytime a VTuber just yeets off their hair or something, I'm done. I'm done. I'm laughing.
Well, I'm over here just be like, it's adorable.
Yeah.
That's what these ear scratchies and hip pats and nose
Yay!
boops.
Yay! I want to add like a boop toggle or something, or like a boop reward. Like,
Yeah. Well, it was nice meeting you.
yeah, it's nice meeting you too.
Have a good day.
Bye. That's our third Carl of the day. Oh, Lucille Albar. Okay.
New moon.
Hello.
Ooh,
Oh, you're cute. Hi.
hello. Oh my god, wait. Whoa, the eyes. Wow.
Oh,
I love
thank
them.
you. Oh,
Wow.
thank you.
So yeah, it's going. And by the way, it's not my model. I'm so sorry.
Oh,
It's just commissioner model. I'm
oh,
just testing around,
it's
goofing
super
around
cute.
before standing.
It's
Thank
super
you.
cute. It looks
Yeah, it
super
was really
edible.
yeah, it was really fun to work on this model, and I guess for like wolf like you, the bunny, the pill bunny, will be edible and maybe even healthy. You know?
Oh, it's a pill bunny. Oh no.
Yeah,
They're so
yeah.
cute.
I know, right? When I saw the sketch first, when the person sent me the sketches to work on the model, it was so cute. I instantly accepted.
Nice.
Yeah. I just have few things that I will need to fix and yeah, send it to the person. And how it's going? How's your stream?
It's been going pretty well. We're almost at 45 minutes already.
45 minutes. Oh my god. I think it's like 6 hours for me. Wait, let me check. Yeah, 6 hours.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Jeez,
I
dude.
predicted exactly 6 hours, and when I looked it
Oh,
was
wow.
exactly 6 hours. Wow. Luck.
Wow. That's crazy.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. So, have you met someone interesting or like funny or I don't
Uh,
know,
I
cute?
I saw someone who changed their model into being a Megamind.
I meet her too. The
Yeah,
the the,
yeah,
the teddy bear
yeah,
VTuber
yeah,
girl who's
yeah, yeah,
recording. Yes,
yeah. That
she's
was so
adorable.
funny. That
Yes.
was so funny.
It was cool. It was cool.
Yeah, it
It's
was
about
really
show.
it was cool, but I was not expecting it either, so I just kind of laughed
Oh,
super hard. I
oh
wasn't
my god.
expecting it at all. So
Oh my god. Bow. Like when you're making a models you can expect everything. Like I
yeah,
expect everything from everyone. Like once I got a commission to make a toilet with the head inside, like the skibidi toilet
not the
for
skibbity toilet
VTuber.
model. Oh no,
Yeah, so I expect like I expect everything. I'm not surprised anymore.
that's fair.
Mm-mm.
That's fair.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god. By the way, what are you usually streaming?
I kind of do a little bit of everything. Sometimes I play games, which these days I mainly do like cozy games and like indie games. Or
Mm-mm-mm.
sometimes I do whatever art project I'm working on, or sometimes I'll do like
Oh,
just
you artist?
yeah, yeah, yeah,
I need to check. Love artists.
yeah.
They are amazing. You are amazing. You can
Oh,
tell I love artists. I need to check your arts later. I bet it will be only in the blue sky
Oh,
art part.
yep. I mean, I haven't done that much art lately. I meant to do the whole like Inktober draw every day for October thing, but I kind of
Mhm.
burned out on that, so I haven't drawn in a little while.
Oh, oh my god, no.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, you need to take care of yourself.
yeah,
That's the most important thing, especially for artists.
yeah.
Mm-mm. Yeah, I'm just goofing around, as you can
Yeah.
see.
It's so cute.
Oh, thank you. Yup. Whee!
I'm gonna squish.
Do it. When it get to
Squish,
commissioner,
squish,
do it.
squish.
I need
Squish,
to
squish,
get
squish, squish.
money from this. After it get to
Yeah,
commissioner, then
yeah,
do
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah. When it's out. When it's out to the commissioner. Of course, of course.
Oh wait.
Oh,
Oh,
bye. All right. Bellamy. Urano. Okay. Oh. Hello. Oh, that's really cute.
Hello.
Hey. Oh God.
Uh-oh. You chose poorly.
Oh God. Oh God.
I know what can fix them.
What? Oh. Oh.
Fireworks.
Oh. Hey. Actually, that makes sense. I thought about
Love
doing
it.
it.
Which one do I click on?
Oh.
Uh-oh. That was my phone. That was my text message. Hang on. I'm just gonna mute that. There we go. I kind of froze up for a sec. Let's see. Which one do I click? You might want to click this one.
Uh oh.
Yep. This one again.
Yeah. I like that one. It's super funny.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah,
Actually, I
yeah.
think I think if I move my avatar around, I can.
You
There we
got
go.
any games on your phone?
I was reading another text that just came in. That's why I leaned into my phone really close. I can just have a thick neck.
This is phenomenal.
Yeah, this event has been fun though.
Yeah, yeah. I'm having a lot of fun with this.
How long does this thing even last anyway? Oh, it's still got a bit of time yet.
Hmm.
Not as long as the jar I was trapped in earlier.
Oh no. Not the jar. Not the jar.
Yeah. Yeah, the jar is I think it was 3 minutes
Yeah.
is how long the jar
Yeah.
lasts, I think.
Yeah. Some
So
of some of these things like they can last a little while.
Well, I think someone placed it right at the end so that way the first 3 minutes of the next chat was in the jar.
Oh no. I mean, that's how you do it. That's a strategy right there. That's the Vupechat meta.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's why sometimes when I would part now, if I have them, I like that little Carl guy there. I would
Yeah.
send the Carl guy on them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you run into any of the guests so far?
No, I didn't even know there were guests today.
I guess since it's like a full day event kind of thing, roughly.
Yeah.
Um, they're having like some guests come on, some guests eventually like leave. Of course, like they just stay for
Yeah.
however long they want, and then they just kind of leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know the one I ran into now is offline. They were called, I think, Combat Cake Roll
Oh.
is what they
Yeah.
were called. And so yeah, so I ran to that one, and that's it so far. At least that's the only one that I've known of so far.
Yeah, I didn't know we had guests on tonight.
Yeah, yeah. So there'll be some guests here. So who knows if you'll know them or not? It'll be kind of a surprise kind of thing, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. I like when we have guests on. It's kind of fun.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because like
Although,
that brings a lot of people on. So it's just
well,
kind
yeah,
of fun to like.
oh, sorry. I'll let you
It's
finish
just
your
kind of
thought.
fun to like chat around and like meet a
Mm-hmm.
ton of new people.
Oh yeah, definitely. And then, but then there's like those there are those who want to specifically only meet them, so they just keep pressing skip nonstop.
Yeah, that kind of sucks. I
Mm-hmm.
just realized your hair clip is literally clippy.
You're the seventh person to notice now. I left them there. I was messing around with items, and I forgot that when you reload the avatar, the item stays. And so Clippy has been there the whole time.
I just realized that. That's incredible.
Yeah, so I kind of turned it into a game to see how many people notice. So out of all the people I've talked to over the past almost 3 hours, you're the seventh person to notice Clippy.
That's hilarious. I love that.
Yeah, yeah. I thought I turned it into a game, and it's turned out to be fun.
Yeah.
Well, it was nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you too.
Have fun.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Cha cha chilla. Oh. Oh, that's cool. Oh, I got skipped. Oh, fast band. Oh, that's cool. Oh, is this a... Hey, what's up?
Hi, how you doing?
Hi. I'm doing nice. How are you?
I'm doing. I'm. I'm having a blast.
Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with this.
Yeah, did you meet any good people on here?
Yeah, I've got a lot of people so far. I'm having a really fun time.
Yeah, it's great. That's all that matters. Having a fun time on here.
Yeah,
No, no annoyingness around. Just having fun is most important.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Did you manage to meet one of the partners on here?
I did not. I only learned they
Oh,
were on last last person I talked to. So I that wasn't even the
ah.
intention. I'm just here to vibe.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Have you been on a food chat before?
I've been on Vupechat for like 3 weeks at this point.
Ooh, nice. What was your previous event?
The whole try to catch the Twitch con bot thing. That was one of the
Oh,
first, but I just kind of joined to just goof around and have a good time.
hmm.
And just like kind of meet new people.
That's also good. That's also good. But if you go to the Discord, they have a list of events ha- that are listed on certain days. If you're interested.
Yeah, yeah, I'm already on the Discord.
Oh, you are. Okay.
Yeah, I've been
Making
on the
sure.
Discord since before I started actually going on Voop Chat like properly.
Hmm. Nice, nice. Interesting. Um, can I ask you a Halloween question?
Sure, go ahead.
Um, what is your favorite horror movie?
Ooh, I don't know. Actually don't really watch horror movies. I've been
Oh,
meaning to. I've been meaning to like catch up on horror movies, but I haven't really watched any.
any of the classics you watched?
Like the closest thing to a horror movie I've watched is like Paranorman.
Oh, oh wait, is that the animated film? The
Yeah,
stop motion? Oh,
yeah,
that's also good. I'll take that as a plus on that. I'll count that. I have recently. My favorite movie was a classic, which is the original Alien.
Ooh.
Yeah, I like the first one and Aliens. They're both good classics.
Yeah.
I, I haven't seen any of the classic slashers like Jason Voorhees,
Y-
Friday the 13th.
Yeah.
That same
Yeah. I really want to
Nightmare
watch
on
like
Elm Street.
the classics at some point.
Yeah, I
Maybe
want
like next year I can do like a classics watch along on stream or something. Like I know I'm not gonna
Ooh,
get monetized for that, but that also sounds
yeah,
really fun.
yeah. It might be risky, but it does sound fun. Yeah, probably. I'm sure it'll be fun
Yeah.
as long as you probably mute the audio and have either. I think remember they have a timer on top of the screen,
Yeah.
and then they hit the timer once you start the movie,
Yeah.
then and then check it watch along with you without either looking at the stream without getting demonetized.
Yeah.
Hmm. Well, it's a nice chat with you.
Yeah, it's nice chatting to you, with you too.
Yeah.
Yay. Yeah. Scully. Oh, that's cool. It's a werewolf. Hello.
Hi, hi, how's it going?
It's nice
Quack.
to see you. Oh God.
Oh no,
This looks so funny on my model.
it really does.
It
It makes you
looks.
look like one of the generic,
Yeah.
yeah, from like animated films.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think when you center on the big nose, that's what it really
Yeah.
stands out.
Yeah. I looks like a
But
Sonic character.
but yeah, tell me about yourself. What do you got going on?
Um. I'm Neon Moon. You can just call me Neon, but I am a VTuber. Well, of course, you know I'm a VTuber.
Oh,
Uh,
sometimes there's fans that come here.
yeah, but yeah. I mainly stream. These days I've mainly been doing like cozy games because I like playing cozy games during fall. And I mainly do like art and just kind of whatever special interest bullshit I'm into because like sometimes I like doing like Wikipedia deep dives and
Mhm.
stuff.
Oh, that sounds really fun, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
You wanna do a deep dive on a random topic? You can look up uh, old handheld games that weren't
Oh,
like big ones. Like there's like those handheld digital toys that used to exist.
oh yeah,
One of
those.
like one of the best examples is a toy called Nanovore.
Yeah.
Nanovore. That was we did such a deep dive on this because I didn't remember the name. Uh, so my chat and I we spent like a solid fucking like 3 or 4 hours trying to track down this toy,
Oh
and
wow.
we got rated. We were like doing Google searches, and we were like doing our
Wow.
best, and everyone eventually we did find it because a chatter was like, "Oh, I know what you're talking about," and
Oh,
yeah,
that's
we managed to
awesome.
narrow it down. It was
Yeah.
super fun.
Yeah. And I
Yeah,
like.
that could be a fun topic.
Yeah, yeah. And like, sometimes it's just whatever game I'm hyper fixating on at the time. Like I've been playing a lot of Project Zomboid on stream. And
Dude, Project Zomboid is super fun.
yeah. Yeah.
Fun but stressful for
Yeah, it's
sure.
so stressful, but it's also so fun.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's a good time. It's a good time. Okay.
Yeah.
It was a pleasure to meet you. I hope your tracks
Yeah.
go really well. And goodbye,
Bye.
kisses.
Okay. That was fun. Oh, gummy snake. It's gummy snake. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Okay.
Oh wait, I met this person before.
Hello. Hi. Oh my goodness, you're
Hi. Hello,
cute.
hello. Yes, sir.
Hi. Hello. Hi.
Ay, 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 ay. You know, if I hug you, it will be pretty. Your fur gonna get really sticky.
Oh, yep, that's probably true. I just realized that.
Yeah, so we can't touch.
Yeah, we can't touch.
Yeah, 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 yeah. But anyways, how's all yours? Are you made of candy too?
I am not. I am a cryptid.
A what?
Not made out of candy. I don't know what I'm made out of.
No, that's strange. I can bite you and you can become candy like me.
Oh, like, so you're a zombie then? You're a candy zombie.
No, not really. I'm just Candy Snake. Well, wait. So, technically, if technically a candy zombie. How do you define that? Because in Adventure Time, in the Candy Island season episode, I forgot the episode names. Princess Bubblegum was able to transform other creatures into candy to extreme candy. So, will you consider that as zombie candy?
Uh, I don't know. Maybe.
All right, we got a maybe. We got a maybe, y'all. We got a big old fucking maybe. Big cheers and maybe. We love maybes. It's always debatable. Debatable.
Yeah, yeah.
By the way, you got candy for me?
Oh, yeah. Uh, here.
Did he meant to do that or what?
Yep, yep. Have fun with that.
All right. Yeah. All right. You asked for it.
Oh no. You just gotta skip. You just gotta skip before they activate the jump scare. That's the key right there. You gotta skip before they jump scare you. Oh hey, it's Match Elf. Hey. The green screen of doom. Why? Hold on. Oh god. Why? Okay, we're good. I didn't die. Hi. I think you're muted. Bro, I can't hear you. We're just gonna skip for now. Sorry, bro. I feel bad about that, but we're fine. We cool. Let's see. Ooh, rapper. That's cool. Hey. Oh god, it's on my end. Hold on. Give me one sec. Why is my sound shitting itself? Give me 1 second, please, chat. Drip of the void. Hell yeah, that's the kind of drip I wear. I mean, what? I think it might be on my end. Because of course it is. Okay, that's better. I think. Not the Windows sound of doom. Alright. Let's get back to it. I'm having a great time today. I'm having a lot of fun. Uh, Ryan. Oh, I have a manga. Okay. Hello. Oh my goodness, you're cute. Hi.
Aw, thank you. How are you
Hi.
doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty well. I'm having a bit of a vibe of a day.
Me too. Just been hanging out.
Yeah, it's been really nice today. It's been really nice.
Yeah, definitely. Been having fun on group chat, meeting people, having a good time.
Yeah, I've had a lot of fun.
That's good. As I said, it's been. I've only been doing it for a few hours. How about yourself?
Yeah, I've just been on for maybe about an hour, according to my stream timer.
Gotcha. Yeah, I've been on for like I don't know about 3 hours.
Yeah, yeah, I wanted to do the whole day, but I didn't wake up in time for that.
Yeah, no. People have been on for like 11 hours. They've been going hardcore.
Yeah, that's crazy to me. Like, that's crazy, crazy.
Yeah, no, it's too much. I'm like, I was up till like 5:30 in the morning. I thought about like grinding it and doing
Yeah.
like 30-hour stream, but I'm like, nope,
Oof.
too much. Too much.
Yeah. That's a bit much.
Yeah, so I'm like, nope, not gonna do that.
Yeah, that's totally fair.
So what do you typically stream?
I mainly do like whatever game I'm hyperfixating on at the moment, or I guess because it's fall right now, I've mainly been doing like cozy games because I like cozy games in
Gotcha.
fall.
What
And
game are you doing right now?
uh, well, it's kind of been a while, but I'll pop into like whatever cool game has had an update. I've been playing a lot of Prehistoric Kingdom.
I don't know that one.
It's
Is it fun?
basically a Zoo Tycoon, but it's dinosaurs.
Oh, gotcha. So you, I like Roller Coaster Tycoon. That was like
Yeah,
always my jam. I like
yeah,
building the roller coasters.
yeah. So that's been really nice. That's been really comfy. and like whatever I'm drawing, like whatever little project, and like just random ass like research rabbit holes I decided to drag my chat down with me on.
I feel that. My chat goes through whatever I feel like. They go through the whirlwind of whatever I want to drag them through.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm pretty variety. Like I try to have a schedule, but by midweek the schedule is just been torn in half and in the trash can and it's on fire.
Mhm.
That's essentially my stream schedule.
Yeah, my chat complains because I'm all over the place. Like I do whatever I do art a lot, but then it's just like I'm all over the place and like I'm like, uh, we're gonna do this. I'm like, no, we're not doing that. We're doing this instead. And they're like,
Yeah.
I just don't know what you're gonna do. I'm like, well,
Y-
that's how we
yeah.
roll here
Yep.
in my stream.
Yep. Who needs accountability when you can have a potato?
Exactly, exactly. I like to keep everybody on edge. Make sure
Yeah. Exactly.
when they come here, they're not gonna know what to expect. So they're not gonna be like, da 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 da, and just like jump around the screen a little bit. Just like make sure they're prepared for some crazy shit.
Yeah. Yeah. You gotta be prepared for whatever the hell I have going on.
Yeah. So you do art too?
Yeah. Yeah.
What kind of art do you do?
I do a little bit of everything. Sometimes it's like fan art for other VTubers or just whatever the hell I feel like drawing at the moment. It's kind of a little bit of everywhere.
Oh, awesome. I do art myself. I love doing art. I do
Yeah.
illustration.
Yeah.
I do my manga. And
Oh, that's
like
cool.
I'm trying to learn animation at the moment. So those are like the
Mm.
things that I really do on my stream. But I like
Yeah.
meeting fellow artists.
Yeah.
So it's always great to meet other artists. I'll follow you on Twitter. I like to
Yay.
follow artists. Give every artist I follow.
Yeah.
But it was nice meeting you and chatting.
Yeah,
Hope you
it's
have a
nice
good
meeting you
day.
too.
Have a good one.
Bye. Okay, chat. We're gonna take another break because I gotta use the bathroom. Sorry. But I am gonna be right back. And I'm gonna have to grab my heating pad because I'm having a little bit of an ouchie moment. All right, we're back. Let's see who we get this time around. Just adjusting my hoodie a little bit. Brave Okami. Oh. A woo. Hello.
That's great.
Oh, that's really cool looking.
Hello.
Hi.
Here, have some candy. Trick or treat.
Thank you.
How are you doing today, Neon?
I've been having a great time. Uh,
Hmm.
yeah, I've just been goofing around, having some fun.
Yeah, awesome. Is that a pre-made model you're using?
Yeah, it is. It's made by Monochrome Agent.
Oh, that's cool. You having a good day today so far?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm doing like 1 minute like hyper ones going through because I've got something to do at 7 o'clock. So I want to see as many people as I can and give them as much candy as I can.
Okay, let's go.
But you have a good day, Neon. I hope to
You
see you again next
too.
time.
Have a
Okay?
great
Have a good
time.
one. Happy
Bye.
Halloween.
You too. I've been getting a lot of good clams today. That's a weird thing to say. Hell yeah, we got a Warden's Judgment. My favorite. That's my favorite, like, little power up here. Commander Kyrie. Oh, skip. Okay. Crack. Spine's broke. Mood. Oh, it's Berry Boy. Hi. Oh.
Hello?
Okay. Oh no. Oh no. Well, let me just take care of this real quick. Oh,
No, you have to. I'll do it for you.
thank you.
Yeah. You better not. You better not jar me, please.
I will not. I don't have the jar. I don't have a jar.
Okay, good, good.
Oh, why? So this is new. Oh yeah, it's a sock puppet thing.
Yeah.
It's so
I swear
goofy.
I'm much cuter.
But yeah, I've been having a good time just chilling out on Vupechat and just having a great time streaming. So yeah, that's just what I've been doing today.
Yeah. Fun.
Yeah, yeah, I'm having a fun time right now. I haven't been on all day like some of the weirdos on here,
Uh.
but you know, I'm just chilling. I'm just chilling. I'm having a great time. I'm vibing. I'm meeting some new folks, and I'm just having a good time.
I'm not a weirdo.
We're all weird.
That's fair. I mean, I am in the Menti Hospital.
Yep, yep, accurate.
No, literally.
Uh, oh.
Yippee! I won't
Uh,
actually mention why I'm here because you're live.
okay.
Yippee! How are you?
I'm good.
Waiting for the stock to run out.
Yeah, that's all we can
Taking
do.
forever.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's almost done.
Yay.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, oh my. Oh god, that laugh.
I forgot I was up close.
Yeah, you're up really close. That was phenomenal. You just like that was that was like a jump scare, but a funny jump scare, I guess.
Exactly. Not like Carl.
Yeah, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, it was. I usually go like this,
Yeah.
and then when somebody says, "I only see pink," no, you see me. I definitely know you see me. You definitely see me because it's my hair.
Okay, that's cute. I like that. That's really funny.
Yeah. China. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah. How much candy do you have?
Just 10.
Wow.
That's okay.
I have 23.
Wow.
One of my friends, last time I checked, had 53.
Mm. Wow.
Trying to win that prize.
Yeah, I mean, they've only been on for like an hour and 30 minutes, so it makes sense they don't have that much.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just here for the vibes.
Yeah, it's totally fair.
Yeah. Oh, God. And sometimes the vibes are just crackhead vibes.
Real.
Yep. Yep. Like, I saw someone who turned their model into Megamind somehow on
Oh,
here
yeah.
earlier.
I love her. I love her. She was so fun.
Yeah, yeah, that was hilarious.
She matched my energy. She matched my energy.
Yeah, yeah,
We were just
yeah,
up close for a while. She was like,
yeah.
we were just talking. It was like, oh, it was fun.
That improves it. That improves it tenfold.
Even
That
more smug.
it just makes it better.
It's more colon 3 than an already colon 3.
How?
I don't know. It's just more colon 3 somehow. Hold on.
Well,
Where I go? I don't know where I went.
oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
I'm lost. I'm lost.
Uh
I'm preggers.
oh. No.
It's yours.
Oh no. We're avoiding accountability on this one, chat. Nova. Oh, Nova skip. Sad. Oh, it's Sniper. Oh, he skipped. Box mac. Box mac and cheese. We toss them in the box and we make mac and cheese. Sky, see? Mint smelling. Okay, hi. Uh, what? What is going on here? Here.
So, welcome to Bominos. My name is Skytzy. I'm part of Human Resources, and I recently got a job application from Neon Moon VT227. Is that correct?
No. Chat.
Oh, okay. Are you sure we don't want to proceed with this job interview?
What? I'm in my first.
Yes.
What? When did this happen, guys? Who stuck my name into a job application?
Don't worry about it. We're
Oh, God.
Hey, Magla. I mean, yeah. So we had, or it was interesting. So I received your job application from a senior member of your department. So they did mention and gave good word about Neon Moon VT227. So I was curious about it, and this is why we had this call.
Okay, I guess what you what? Fuck it, we ball.
Okay, so I guess we can proceed with the interview. So welcome once again. My name is Skysia. I'm part of the HR team, and today we'll be discussing your interest in Domino's Pizza.
Yeah.
All right, so please state your name, a reason why you want to join the team, and what do you see yourself in 5 years?
Let's see. My name is Neon Moon, but you can just call me Neon. I want to join the team because I don't know. It has vibes, and I can add more vibes to the vibes. Uh, and
That's great.
and in 5 years, I see myself going even deeper in the woods and going into hiding.
Interesting, but what does that have anything to do with Domino's?
I don't know. Maybe I just live in a Domino's. Bomino's.
Domino's. Okay, that's interesting. So, with all that said, what position are you interested in? Are you more of a cook? Are you more of a delivery person? Are you security staff? Are you part of marketing? Are you part of accounting? Where do you think you see yourself in?
I can be a delivery driver.
Okay, interesting. How will you move around?
Uh, I got some paws. I got 4 paws. I can vibe.
That's great. So I guess we don't have much people yet in, well, logistics. So you are hired. Congratulations. You are one of our delivery personnel.
Yippee!
Congratulations, Dion. You are now hired. You are now
Okay,
part of the Domino's family.
incredible. Thank you.
Thanks. Let me extend it a little bit more. So yeah, I'm actually Sky Z. I'm a wizard. So I'm a wizard. I don't really do this normally. This is just for fun for Halloween. You see
This
what's
is
up the pulley over
phenomenal.
there? That's really what I look like. That's what I actually look like.
Amazing. Amazing.
Thank you. Thank you for being a great sport about it. There's a lot of people that are reacting differently. Some people enjoy it. Some people like laugh nonstop through the entire interview. Some people leave immediately, and some people get scared and scream, and then they leave 30 seconds after.
Amazing. Amazing. But also accurate.
I mean, job, right?
Yep. Yep. I mean, who needs a
Thank
job when
you.
you can be a furry on the internet?
Right? I agree. It's okay. Like me, I'm an elf. So what can I say? We live in both the same fantasy land, but not right
Exactly.
now. I'm a corporate slave, so I don't know what I'm talking about. Fantasy, more like fantasy. Well,
Right?
next time.
Yeah.
Next time. Nice meeting you, Leon.
Bye. That's hilarious. The people on this app are just so fucking funny sometimes, I swear. Kill me. Alright. Hello. Hi.
Hi.
Oh, you're adorable.
Hello. How are you? Thank you.
I'm good. How are you?
Mhm. That's good. I am. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm enjoying my time here.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying. I'm really having a good time tonight.
That's good. A lot of people like. Okay, I'm not used to talk to so many people in a row, but I've been having a great time, even though it's a bit draining.
Yeah, yeah, it's a little bit draining. I mean, I haven't been on the whole time, but
Mhm.
I've been on like an hour or something by now.
Yeah, I've been on for 5 hours,
Oh
and
God.
even with breaks. But oh god, yeah, it's a lot.
Oh God, dude. That's a long
it wasn't
time.
it wasn't my plan, but like the excitement of meeting like new people, since
Yeah,
like this site is usually dead. It keeps me going.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm pretty good
Hmm.
at keeping up with like the events and what's going on
Mm-hmm,
because
mm-hmm.
I am part of the Discord, so I'm
Mm,
pretty good
yeah,
at
yeah.
keeping up with events and what's going on and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes I just forget.
Yeah. Does it okay, is this your first event?
It is not.
It is not. And how long until it's unfortunately dead again after
Uh,
the event?
I don't know. I mean, it ends at 11 my time.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I was just like curious if there are any like left to over people, like after the event that
Uh,
keep like chatting.
yeah. Sometimes people just like linger and like chat. Like
Mm-hmm.
sometimes they'll
Linger, yeah.
get involved in like random games and all that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's nice. That's good to hear.
Yeah,
Ugh.
yeah.
Ugh, my eyes. I need to take off my glasses because otherwise my camera is not tracking so well.
Oh, I feel that. I feel that.
Yeah. And have you had a good time so far?
Yeah, I have. I've had a really fun time so far.
Yeah, that's nice.
I've had a lovely time.
I see you have a green background too. Green
Yep.
rules.
Yep.
Ooh, do I have something interesting? Yeah, there you go.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I love your model, by the way. It's
Oh,
so
thank
cool.
you. Thank you.
Yeah, shake, shake, shake. Thank you for the chill time. It's been a lot.
Oh yeah, yeah. No problem. No problem. I've been having a lot of fun on here. I've been having a lot of fun on here tonight.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
But it's been chaotic sometimes too.
Yeah, yeah, but honestly, the chaos is part of the fun of Voop Chat for me. Like, you know,
Yeah.
you never know who you're gonna get sent to. Like, someone was just being Gary the Snail from SpongeBob, which was
Yeah,
hilarious.
I met that one.
Yeah, yep, yep. Or
But not during this event actually. It was like yesterday or day before.
oh wow, wow, yeah. And I met someone who turned her model into just Megamind somehow. Which that was possibly the most hilarious thing I've seen on Boop Chat so
Yeah.
far. And
That's peak. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, and I've had some pretty good laughs on this website so far.
I hope the presentation was good.
Yeah, yeah, it was really funny. It was really funny. It was phenomenal. It was just grade A.
Man, now I want to meet them.
Yeah, yeah, it was fun. It was fun.
Yeah. God, even with the breaks, I'm exhausted, but I just need to keep going because I'm excited to meet more people.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna be on here until the end of this.
Well, it's like 2 a.m. for me, so
Oh wow.
yeah.
Don't wear yourself out.
No, no, like I can take it. I know where my limits are.
Okay, okay. As long as you're taking care of yourself.
Yeah. Oh, I could make like a self care tonight, like face,
Yeah.
like yes. You know what? Yeah, I will do that.
Okay.
Well, have a good time.
You too.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. I'm gonna go to like the main home real quick because my shit's kind of breaking. So I'm gonna just refresh real quick. And Hydrosynth, thank you for the follow. It's nice to meet you. Hello. But we're just gonna refresh that real quick. I'll just ensure everything is not falling apart for once. You know how it is on here sometimes. Sometimes shit just falls apart. But anyways, oh. Anyways. I got some tea. Oh, I forgot to give Kudo his like little. Anyways, hopefully that fixed it. I'm gonna adjust my model a little bit because it's off to the side a little bit. Oh, 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 it skipped. That's okay. I still need to skip my model over very slightly. That looks good. Okay, okay, we're good. We're good. We're good, chat. We're good. Oh wait, it's Eevee Queen. We've met before. Hello. Hi. Oh God. Oh God. I've been put in the jar.
Where are they? Where's your friend? Where are they at? Where are they?
Chat. Chat. Save me.
There's no saving you.
Chat. I've been put in the
There's
jar.
no saving you. No saving you.
I've been put in the jar. Oh no! Not the
You're
jar.
mine forever. You're gonna be mine forever now.
No. Not in the jar.
You're mine forever now. Where's your friend at? Where are they?
I don't know. I don't know.
They need to show themselves. Show yourself.
Oh, here's my friend.
That's not the friend I was talking about. That's not the friend I was talking about. I still got another jar. Oh, no, wait. No, I don't. Now it just disappeared.
No. Oh.
No, go away, jar rule. I said go away.
Here, I got you.
Go away, Carl. I said go away. Go away.
Bye. I've been trolling so hard. Oh god. I just realized I'm gonna show up while in a jar. This is not a good look. This is not the look. This is not the look. Or maybe it is. Who knows? Sometimes being in a jar is the look. I mean, what? Oh, I still have a few minutes in this thing. Oh, okay. Manasy, Miss. Okay. Cool. Oh, it's Manaphy. Hey.
Hello.
Good mind.
Sorry.
Hi. Oh no.
You know what? Do it. You motherfucker. Do it. Do it. Do it. Jump scare me. Do it.
No,
No balls.
no,
do it. Do it.
no.
Do it. Do it. Come on. Do it. Do it. Come on. Do it. There we go.
Oh god. How many Carls did you just get? That
I
sounds
just
like
realized,
30.
I just realized that got really loud on my freaking desktop.
What
audio.
was that? What was that?
That was Carl.
I'm stuck in a jar with my own farts.
Let's
This is a
go, Bonnie. Go play Pokemon. Do it.
this is a fate worse than death itself.
In a jar. Oh, fart in a jar. Oh, God.
Oh
yeah, I
no,
see now.
no. I mean, it looks like I can market this, right? This is marketable, right? Hey, chat. Well, now I. What? What? Close enough. Close enough. Maybe it's still marketable. I'm still marketable, right, chat?
Yeah. I say so. I'd say so. Oh, God. I ate dinner too quickly.
Ooh, I know that feel.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. It's one of those
Get home
times
from
where.
running around.
Yeah.
Get
Yeah.
home from running around.
Oh
and
yeah.
Getting dinner.
Yeah.
And then getting hiccups and everything.
Oh no.
It's not fun.
No.
Ah, there's
No.
God, strike me down.
I feel that. I feel that.
Ah. Well, how's it going?
It's been going pretty well. I've been having a good time on here tonight. Just goofing around, having some good chats, and just getting some good laughs in too.
Mm-hmm. That's the fun part about here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have a lot of fun.
Yeah, because I've met some like really funny. I'm seeing some really funny shit today.
What you see?
Oh, someone turned their model into Megamind.
Oh my God.
and someone was doing like a fake job interview with whoever came on stream, which is just gold.
Hang on. Hey, if there's a job interview, I better. Okay, I have frag grenades prepared. I have frags prepared if I run into the job interview.
Amazing. Amazing.
Wait, hang on. Yep, I can put him in prison and frag grenade him.
Amazing, amazing. That's actually gorgeous. That's actually hilarious.
I am prepared. I am stocked up.
I should have done that. I should have tossed it the warden's judgment or whatever the heck.
Warden Judge is like, ah!
Yep.
Drop application. No, get out of here.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Oof. Oh, that's gonna be fun if I just run into them.
Yeah, that's gonna be funny.
Mm-hmm. Oh, gee, I don't even know what to talk about anymore.
Yep.
Slowly dying while trying to laugh and have fun.
Yep. Yep. That's the vibe
Wow.
tonight.
Mm-hmm. I just want to make sure that's updated. And, oh, geez. I turned one way on OBS and it's turning the absolute other way on Vupechat.
It does that sometimes.
3D no, because I have OBS open on one side and Vupechat on my laptop screen.
Amazing. Amazing.
So it's like, woo, left, right, go.
Yep. Yep. That's kind of the vibes.
Right. It was nice talking to you, though.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah, it's nice talking to you. We've had a lot of fun here. There's still over 100 people on. Yeah, I'm gonna be on until about 11. Or kind of until things start slowing down, I guess. Oh, hey, it's Dusty. Hey, how you doing, Dusty?
Doing alright.
Oh God.
Uh-oh. Oh, he won't do shit. Trust me. For me, there are 2 on my screen.
Oh no.
So yeah.
24-hour stream, huh?
Yeah. Have you heard who's in the lead for the $20 Steam gift cards?
I have no idea who it is. I have no idea.
You're talking to him.
Oh no! Oh no!
12 hours and 14 minutes.
That's brave. Yeah, I was gonna do something like that for my anniversary stream, but that's gonna be December 19th. Like, so that's in a while. That's in a while.
Yeah.
So that's not even in the brain cells at the moment. Maybe at some point. Just like, you know what? Why not? It's my anniversary. It's gonna be my anniversary. It's gonna be like my official 5 years of streaming. Why not do a 24-hour stream? And why not do it on Vupechat? Fuck it, we ball at the max.
I have to try and find my friends. So
Yeah.
have fun.
Okay. Oh, you already talked to him. You skipped me last time. How rude. But you know what? Now we're vibing to a Hatsune Miku, so the world is good, right? I do want to do a Halloween karaoke or something. I don't know. I need to start. I need to start thinking. I want to go. Like, I already have a few things listed out. Like, I have like go on to like the Hear Me Out subreddit. I did find it, and it does look like we'd be okay going on there. Like, I didn't see anything that was TOS on there. People are just horny. So that's not the worst thing. Oh. Oh. We glitch. No way. No way Vupechat glitched out while I was talking about being horny. Ain't no way. I'm sorry, Vupechat. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to talk about being horny. I'm sorry, Vupechat. I'm sorry, my Vupechat overlords. No. Hi. Oh, you're pretty. Hi. Oh, God. I got more candies. Candies nuts. I'm sorry. I should say AFK. Oh, we already talked to you. We already talked to him. That's me. God, I'm floating again. But you know what? Fuck it. We're just 5 into Vocaloid now. We're just 5 into the Vocaloids, okay? That's just a vibe right now. Hello. Hi. What? Hi. I'm good.
Yeah, what have you been up to today?
Just chilling and chatting here on Vupechat.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Anything exciting? Did you do anything exciting?
I mean, I saw someone dressed as Megamind, which was...
What the hell?
Yeah, like they turned their model into Megamind. It was hilarious.
Okay, honestly, I would love to meet that person.
Yeah, I lost my shit. I laughed so hard, dude. Yeah. That was
I'm
like
a celebrity. I'm a Gary from SpongeBob.
Yeah, I saw that too.
God. We got Plank, we got Gary, and we got a shovel here.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and then someone was just doing like a fake like Domino's job interview.
Really?
Yeah, someone's like doing a fake job interview here on Vupechat. And it was just like comedy gold. Like I laughed so hard.
Oh my god, I don't think I could do that. Job interview.
Not the fake job interview on Vupechat.
Yeah. I'm not going back to job interviews. Holy. I got a job already. I'm not going back to that. Nope.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the vibe right there.
Oh my god, it's just scary though to just. Oh,
yeah.
no.
Yeah.
I can't do that.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm glad that you're having a good time too.
Yeah.
It was lovely talking to you.
Yeah, same time to you. Bye.
Have a great night.
Bye. Oh yeah. We're just 5 into Vocaloid and Voop chatting. This is honestly the goal. Oh, it's Jello. Oh, Jello skipped me. It is kind of fun that I'm starting to recognize people on here. That is kind of fun. And that also makes me kind of excited. You know, like I feel like that's a big step forward when I'm starting to recognize some folks on here. Spectre HD. That's cool. Lightning kaiju. That's cool.
That lurks in the deeps of the Appalachian Mountains. Oh, we got a mountain monster. Oh, hello.
Hello.
That's a wild model. I like it. How you
Oh,
doing?
thank you. Thank you. I'm doing pretty
hi.
well. I'm just vibing.
That's awesome. That's nice. This is actually my first time doing group chat, so sorry for a little bit of the scuff. So hello.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I've been here for like 3 weeks now. I think 3 or 4.
Oh, how are you liking group chat?
I'm really liking it. I've had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, like so far I've like interacted with like so many different people on this platform, and they've been so nice and pleasant. I not had like a. Although my first interaction was very interesting because I had to deal with an eldritch horror for my first ever interaction, which was kind of funny.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. I think I met that guy too.
Yeah, he was like a I think like a tentacle monster, and he was like in a jar. It was interesting.
Incredible, incredible.
Yeah, I've been loving coming through and like seeing all the different models and everyone's design.
Yeah.
Like I'm an artist myself, so I just love seeing people's like models and being able to talk and interact with them.
Yeah, it's really fun to see like all like the artistry that goes behind all this.
It's just amazing me that there's like just one person sort of like running this entire website. So
yeah,
I'm very impressed by that.
Yeah, that really is really cool.
But like I said, this is my first time, so I'm trying to get used to everything here. So I know there's like various things that they've been adding as well, and so far it has been pretty interesting. Like I don't know, I feel like I think I went through like a job interview at one point. Which
yeah, that was hilarious. I met someone who turned their model into Megamind.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. That's great.
That was just comedy gold. That was probably one of the funniest things I've seen on the site so far. Like sometimes you just get those really hilarious like two brain cells meet in the right way kind of conversations.
Nah, this is giving me some ideas for like future content as well, because I really want to try some creative stuff with interactions. Like I want to try to like add in like Photoshop so I could be able to do like some sketching in the background or coming through and things like that.
Yeah.
Maybe do a speed paint or anything like that.
Yeah, but I'm having a great time on here so far.
All right, I have about 15 seconds, but again, it was nice meeting you, Leon.
Yeah, it's nice meeting you too.
I hope you have a good time, and
You
I will see
too.
you around on Vupechat.
All right, bye.
Take care.
Bye. Velky. I think I've heard of her, I think. Hello.
Oh, stop that! Oh my god, I just got jump scared. Hello! Hi!
Hi, how
sorry,
are you?
I just got jump scared because one of my mods put a job application on my screen and I just got scared of that. So that was terrifying for a second, so...
I'm so sorry. Oh no!
I need a moment to recover. I'm sorry. That just came out of nowhere. I don't really know how to feel about that. I might have to talk to that moderator at some point. I don't really know how I feel about that. You can't just do that, man. You can't just put a job.
Man, that's out of pocket, dude. You can't just do that.
Right? Like, I know it's Halloween and all, but
that's fucked up. That's fucked up.
Oh my god. Oh, they're evil. They're evil people. But sorry about that. I hope you're doing well. Hello, welcome.
Hi. I'm doing it.
Hi.
Doing great.
I love your model. It's really cool. I don't think I've seen a model like that today yet. So honestly,
thank you.
props to you.
Yeah. The real jump scare was someone on here was just doing like a full like job interview setup.
I had him too. I had him before this. Was it the HR guy with the shitty Domino's mic?
Yeah.
I had him as well.
That was one of the funniest interactions I've had on Vupechat. That
is one of the scariest outfits I've seen today because I saw him and the first thing he asked me was that I received one of my applications. I don't remember any applications and I was about to, like, my heart sank.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and I also met someone who just somehow messed with their model to the point where it was just Megamind.
Oh, the weird warping thing, right?
Yeah.
I think.
No. Someone like turned their model into Megamind. They painted the skin blue and stuff on the model.
Oh, I hope I get to see that. That sounds awesome. I
That
would
was
love to see
hilarious.
that.
That was just comedy gold.
I love that. I love when people are being creative with their models and just saying stuff
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
yeah. I've met all sorts of crazy things for this so far.
Yeah, same. I've seen a lot of people with some really creative and cool outfits. Even
Yeah,
as a VTuber, I feel like it can be pretty difficult to make a cool outfit, but I think they
yeah,
did a really good job. Yeah, it's awesome.
yeah,
But I'm glad to hear you had a good time so far.
yeah. I'm having a great time.
Hmm. Oh god, my throat. Sorry. I think it's a job application. It really got to me. But yeah, I think I might just move on because I
Yeah.
will try to meet as many people as I can. I love your model.
Thank
you
you.
so much for talking to me. Oh my god.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you so much.
Okay, pitch art. Oh, that's cool. An artist. She do the art. Hello. Oh, your sock. Hello. Oh no! This is so funny.
Thank you.
This is glorious.
What can I say? Well, I'm a Zug, not even the candy up here. So, tell me about you. For now, I'm just a Zug.
My name is Neon Moon, and I am a cryptid from the Appalachian Mountains.
Ooh, a cryptid from the Appalachian Mountains. What type of cryptid?
I don't know. I'm whatever what I feel like being.
Okay. In case that your cryptid actually had like some kind of description name or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was curious. I'm a creature artist, so I was curious about the cryptid.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I saw like artists on your tag, and yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, usually I'm not a fucking sock. Oh, thank you. Thank you
Yeah,
for following me.
yeah.
Fucking sock. I swear it will vanish at some point. It will vanish.
It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny though.
I appreciate at least you find it a bit funny. I mean, it's Halloween. At least.
Yeah.
You got jump scare already.
Right.
It's gonna be gone. It's gonna be gone.
Yeah. One of these days, you'll be okay. You'll be fine. You'll survive.
I'll survive. I'm transforming.
You got this. Oh, there you are. Oh my goodness. You're cute. Oh my gosh, you're so cute. What? Hi, you're so cute. Oh my goodness. Oh no.
My candy are gonna get eaten all the time. Carl, get away.
No.
My timer. So yeah, this is I'm actually working on a new model. This is my test model. Pretty much.
Oh wow. It's super cool.
Thank you. Yeah. Let me. Swim ba. Hello.
Yay.
You can see me, right? I can
Yeah. Oh wow. Oh, it's so cute. Dang, you shrimp fried that rice?
Yes, it did. Oh.
Oh, that's glorious. I love that. It's so cute.
But yes, finally I'm not a sock.
Yay,
Thank you
yay,
for waiting.
yeah. Okay, I liked her. Lemon Cloud, Backwoods. Hey guys. Um, Stream's going pretty well. I'm having a pretty good time on here. It's been pretty funny, and thank you for the lurk. I love and appreciate my lurkers. Hello. But yeah, I'm having a great time here on Vupechat tonight. I've been having some good laughs and stuff. Oh, that's cool. Hello. Aww.
Hello.
Oh, it's a little Moss Man VTuber. That's cool. Oh no. Oh no. No.
That guy.
Oh, not both of us. Oh, I look like stereotypical male wolf. Like you've seen that meme of like male cartoon wolf.
Yeah.
That
bulbous nose, tiny eyes.
yeah, that's exactly the vibe. That's exactly the vibe right now.
Other than being hey, I left you around.
Yay!
Well, anyway, hi, hello, how are you?
I'm good. It's nice to run into another cryptid.
Oh, word. You know, surprisingly, very few cryptids on today.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, I think I've met an eldritch horror, but that was about it.
Is that really a cryptid, do you think?
Yeah, not really.
That's fair. Honestly, I can go either way, depending on how it's being used in the piece of media, but
yeah.
That's a separate nerd topic for later.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I would ask, who's your favorite cryptid, but I think I could take a guess.
Werewolf?
Oh, I was gonna say Fresno Night Stalker, but
oh, huh? I mean that works too.
Nightcrawler, sorry. Night Stalker's a completely different thing. We're not talking true crime.
Yeah.
But yeah. So what do you like to do?
Well, I mainly do like variety stuff on my streams. Like, I kind of do whatever the hell I feel like.
Understandable and respectable.
Yeah. Like lately, I've been playing a lot of Project Zomboid.
Oh, what's that?
It's basically this really cool like isometric zombie game, and it's like super immersive. Like you have all these like systems and stuff. It's just and it takes place in like eastern Kentucky, which is still like kind of my realm because it's still kind of in the Appalachia area.
Oh, hey, back to normal.
Yay! Yeah. I'm born and bred Appalachian actually, so I just said, fuck it, Appalachia spooky. Here's my lore.
Hey, it works.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I did like accidentally nudge it a little too hard. Because like, you know what? I'm as old as the Appalachian Mountains myself. Go to look up how old the Appalachian Mountains are. 1 billion years old.
Yeah, it's a little old, kind of old.
1 billion years old. That's before the dinosaurs. That's before like life actually formed.
Some life. I mean, there's probably some like microorganisms and stuff like that. Hey, there's nothing wrong with being a little old. I mean,
yep. I was going for mysterious, not ancient. Not that ancient. I was like, oh yes, mystery, old AF. Not surprise, you're older than the dinosaurs, bitch. But you know what? I'm still going with it because it's kind of funny.
Yeah, of
We
course.
we can run with this. We can still run with this.
Yeah, you gotta play into the bit.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. So, I don't know what kind of games do you like to play. Oh wait,
I
you already said Project's not played. Sorry.
yeah, and like also like
Kind of long.
and also I play like a lot of like cozy games too, especially
Mm.
this time of the year because fall always brings out like the cozy side of me.
Yeah. What's your favorite cozy game?
Um, for me, it's Lake Berg Legacies where like you have this town and you're trying to match up all the couples and stuff. And it's like town
Oh,
builder and kind of dating sim. And it's really cute.
that sounds wonderful. Actually, what is
Yeah.
it called?
Lakeburg Legacies, I think.
That sounds really cool. I'm gonna check that out. Actually.
Yeah, it's really wholesome. It's just like cozy games are kind of my bread and butter this time of year.
I feel you. I feel you.
Like especially like all the leaves are all changing and it's really pretty this year. So it's just like cozy game with tea and we're vibing. Oh, bye. Hold on, let me fix my music real quick. Let me fix my music. Give me a second. Ooh, it would be cool to do like a karaoke stream on Vupechat. Actually, that sounds genius. That sounds really fun. I think that would be a really fun stream. Dang, I didn't expect to give myself that idea, but that's actually a really cool idea. Did I pop in a few more things into my stream playlist? Because I like to do that sometimes. It's good to like keep that shit updated. Oh, I just muted it. Whoops. There we go. Oh, let's get back to the Voop chat. I'm having a lot of fun right now. If you couldn't tell, I'm having a ton of fun. Voop chat is always so fun for me. Let's see who we're gonna run into. Teh. Kenzie. Oh, that's cool. Um,
You can just call me
hi,
Nick
hi.
for
Hi.
short.
Hi, Mac. You're so cute. Hi.
Oh, thank you. You are also adorable.
Thank you.
How are you enjoying the Halloween event?
I'm having a lot of fun with it. I'm having a lot of fun with it.
So far, I got 53 candies. I don't know what I'm collecting them for, but
Yeah, I got 16 so far.
okay. I've been live for like almost 5 hours.
Oh wow. Oh wow. I've only been on for 2, so.
You're making good headway then.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Chocolate or gummy candy?
Ooh. That's a hard question because like I like chocolate, but also gummy candy is like kind of like a stim for me, like a
Mm-hmm.
oral stem. So I think it's gonna be gummy candy.
Ooh, all right. I got 36 on chocolate and 20 on gummy. Chocolate's in the lead so far. Not surprisingly, I think a lot of
Yeah.
people go to chocolate. It's an easy choice.
Yeah. I like chocolate, but gummy just has like that oral stim advantage for me.
I gotta ask.
Yeah.
What inspired your design?
Oh. Oh, here we go. I've literally had this persona for ages. Like since middle school.
Oh,
It's
okay, so
gone
we got some history.
it's gone through like different redesigns and all that and finally ended up looking like this.
It looks great.
Yeah, thank you.
What made you like what spurred you to be like, you know what? I want this. Like what made you say this is me?
I honestly I used to be blue and now I'm purple because I just decided, you know what? Purple. Purple's cool. It's kind of gothy looking.
Do you like some purple?
Yeah. That was it. That was it. It's like, you know what? We're going to be purple.
What made you go into VTubing?
At first it was like cuz I've been VTubing off and on for about 5 years. It's going to be 5 years in December. So I started because I was like had nothing to do during COVID times. Yeah. That's pretty much it.
I've gotten a couple answers like that where it's like COVID, you know, the
Yeah.
whole lockdown stuff
Yeah.
happened. People got either bored or they
Yeah.
wanted to talk to people again, so they decided, you know what, we could do streaming and might as
Yeah.
well be a VTuber.
Yeah.
All the while.
Yeah. Like I got bored and I found VTubers and it was over for me.
I found it because of well, my friend would constantly put VTuber clips in a group chat, and I got like I snapped one day. And I was like, "Why do you keep posting those things?" He said, "I think they're funny."
Yeah.
And I was
Yeah.
watching the models move around, and I was so impressed that you can move something,
Yeah.
like a 2D object, with just your face.
Yeah.
It's like, oh,
Yeah.
that's really cool. How much did it cost to get one of those things made?
Oh.
It was like it's expensive and it's hard to do.
Yeah.
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 Well, I'll do it myself. So.
Yep.
5 years later, here I am.
Yep. This is a $50 model from Etsy.
Not bad. Not bad, honestly, for a model price. I should know since you know I do commissions from time to time.
Yeah.
And models can be expensive.
Oh yeah, they absolutely can.
You got a good deal.
Yeah. Yeah, and like the whole lore came a little later. Like for a long time it was just Celestial Fox Dragon. Cool. But it's like, you know what? I want to go a little closer to home because I am Appalachian. It's like, you know what? And I like horror stuff and I like cryptid, so Appalachian cryptid. Boom.
Oh man, yeah. Dude, that place is scary.
Yeah. Yeah. Like it's kind
shit happens over there. Oh my
yeah,
god.
yeah, like as someone that's like lived around Appalachia my whole life, it's so funny like that people are like scared of it, like, and I feel like it's, oh god, so much for that. Bye. Oh god, they exploded. Yeah, we already talked to Thick today. Like, I like Thick, but let's keep on moving. Toot. Toot, toot, toot. Rotund. Silly rotund guy. I like that description. Hello. Oh, it's... Hi.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Hey.
Hi. Hi.
Did you see the Fumoku McDonald's ad?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that was so fucking cool.
That's crazy.
I couldn't believe it.
Yay.
We live in the best timeline.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
How you doing?
I'm doing very well.
Nice. That's a lovely shade of green behind you.
Thanks. I keep meaning to change it, but I keep forgetting.
Honestly, that's fair. That's really fair.
Yeah, I wanted to make it a little more like forest looking, but like VTube Studio doesn't have like that many like foresty looking backgrounds, so I'd have to commission something.
Totally. Dude, I love going into the woods.
Yeah.
Oh man. So this year I've been like riding a dirt bike and it's so much fun just to go explore. I'm a total chicken though out there. I don't do more than 40 kilometers an hour.
You better just be careful. You never know what's out there.
Well, exactly. You know, you always got to go with at least with a pair of people, or at least people know where you're going.
Yeah.
It's dangerous in them woods, but man,
yeah.
it's beautiful. My goodness. How long have you been doing Vupechat? I'm kind of new. I've been on and off of it, you know.
I've been doing Vupechat for about I think 3 or 4 weeks now.
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah.
Right on. You know, it's interesting because you got characters like the Gary the Snail.
Yeah.
Talk to. It's like, oh hell yeah. Like,
yeah.
Gary,
Yeah.
what do you think of the current political climate? Gary, you can't say that. They're gonna deplatform you. But yeah, you get a bunch of like characters on here, and the DJs are fun too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I haven't run into one of the DJs yet.
Oh yeah. I think there's like Plank.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then
I did run into someone doing like a fake job interview for Domino's tonight.
The HR person for
yeah.
Domino's.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
I haven't ran into him yet. I need to find them.
That was one of the funnier things I've seen tonight.
Hell yeah. Such creative people out
here. Yeah, I love all the creativity that goes into the VTuber space. That's part of why I joined, because it's just like a huge community of creatives.
Yeah, so true. Oh my goodness. And here I'm just a silly guy.
Yeah.
I need to get more assets, god darn it.
Yeah.
More minions.
Yes. Get all the minions.
Oh. My goodness. Oh. Full Moko, my goodness. Bow bow.
Yeah, bow bow indeed.
Dude, another crazy thing is, did you know about like the Mothman statue and how like the Kapipi's just like
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, they were grilling there.
Incredible. Indeed. Indeed. We love the Mothman statue.
Dude, Mothman.
I'm gonna go IRL stream it or something.
Dude, that's a goal.
Yeah, yeah. Like I know there's a whole Mothman festival at some point in the year. I forget when it is, but that's definitely like one of my if I ever pick up like IRL streaming, I definitely want to go IRL there.
I mean, it's definitely one of the places to go.
Yeah.
So much lore.
Yeah. Like I want to go like stream like all the weird cryptid sites. I think that would be really fun.
That would be a really interesting series, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That's probably one of my bigger goals.
I mean, dude, you gotta have goals out there. Myself, I need to get more parking cameras so I can stream hand cams.
Yeah.
Dude, you can buy parking cameras on AliExpress. And then you just get one of those like composite USB capture cards. It's so fucking awesome.
Amazing. That's phenomenal.
The scuff is real, although
Indeed.
they get really hot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, dude. Have fun vooping. I'm gonna go talk shit. Hopefully I can find that goddamn HR person.
Yeah, I also saw someone who was dressed as Megamind. Like they turned their like model blue and just did their bot all toggle and they were Megamind. That was hey, it's Sasquatch. Sass.
Chicago style.
Hey bro, what's up?
Ah, my freaking.
Hi.
What's up? Freaking lip.
Nothing much. I'm just vibing. Oh god. Why did I disappear? Hello?
I'm here.
I'm helloing my own model. Hold on. I just yeeted myself out of existence. That's not supposed to be happening. Hello?
Now you're a green screen.
Hold on. God. I'm gonna go fix this scuff. Later. So I just fucking disappeared. Hello? Let me close out of VTube Studio and turn it back on. Because I don't know what the fuck is happening. Hold on, give me a second. I don't know why I got Thanos snapped. I just did. Let me log back in real quick. Give me a sec. This is some extreme stuff right here. My model just went poof. I don't know what that's all about. But that's obviously not supposed to happen. Oh god. There, that's like a nice, like, darker, more foresty background. Hello? Wake up, bitch. Calling your own model is a bitch is kind of classic. I also turned the background a little darker. There we go. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. But we're back. And I think this is a slightly better looking... Unless I can, like, find, like, a free... You know what? I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm not gonna worry about it. But we're gonna try again. We're gonna try that shit again. Yeah, that's better. Let me just make myself a little bit bigger. Real quick, like. There we go. Oh. Hello. Hi.
How we doing?
I'm doing good. I'm just recovering from a minor bout of scuff, but there's nothing to fear here, my friend.
What type of stuff we talking?
I don't know what I did, but my model just poofed. It disappeared for... Yeah. But you know what? I just restarted it and things were fine, so I'm not going to worry about it too much.
That's good at least.
Yep.
Sorry if you heard that minor bit of cracking.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. Do all the crack you want.
I'm not doing crack. I've been sober for over 21 years. So how is today?
Things have been doing pretty well. Besides that, like, little tiny bit of my model disappearing for no fucking reason. But you know what? That's neither here nor there. I'm just hanging.
Let's start a disco.
Yeah.
You know, I was supposed to stream today, and I just didn't.
Oh, yep. I feel like that happens to the best of us, honestly. Like, I've had those days too. Like, oh, I was supposed to stream today. Whoops, I forgot to stream.
Well, it's because I overslept.
Yeah, that's very true.
I just decided to say, hey, I'm probably gonna take a bit of a nap. And then
Oh, oh,
that
yep,
bit of a nap turned into like 8 hours.
yep. That definitely happens.
Mainly because I haven't slept in 40 hours. But that's just between you and me.
Yeah.
So have you been on Vupechat the entire time?
Yeah, yeah. I've been on for almost like 2.5 hours. It's chill.
Oh,
We're chill.
oh
So I haven't
my.
been on the
So
entire
you
time,
just
but I have
recently
been.
came in here. Oh no.
Yeah, but I have been on
I've been on
basic.
Vupechat since the beginning of the event for
Oh
almost 14
no.
hours.
Oh no.
There we go. Let's do that.
Thank you.
Push for affiliate, and I already see you're already affiliate.
Oh. Yeah, I'm almost there. I'm almost there. I'm not officially
Almost.
affiliate.
Why do I have channel points?
Huh.
You only get channel points when you're affiliate.
Huh.
Silly.
Well, Twitch doesn't say I'm affiliate, but I guess I'm kind of affiliate, technically.
Kind of. You check your emails.
Yep. I better check that.
Yeah, check your emails. Make sure you got the affiliate program.
Yep.
Go do that now, doggo.
Okay.
Make sure you're not missing anything.
Yeah.
'Cause that's also what happened to a friend of mine. They were like, "Wait, I'm affiliate."
Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't look like I'm an affiliate yet.
Let's go, lesbians. Let's go.
Let's go, lesbians! Let's go!
Let's go, lesbians. I represent.
Yep. I'm not saying anything about me being affiliate. Huh. But you know what? I'm almost there. I'm almost there, anyways. Oh. Girl, you good? Why are you dying?
I ate too much. I ate too quickly, so my throat's like
Oh, you're. Yeah, I guess I didn't catch it when I changed people because I was looking at my email. Because I'm listen, that affiliate email is gonna come in any day now.
I didn't. I hit affiliate. I never. I didn't set it up until like I think a year later because I wasn't sure if I wanted to set it up yet.
Yeah, I think I have everything for affiliate set up, but I just don't have anything else set up. Yeah, like I don't have the like I'm not officially on the affiliate list just yet. I'm almost there.
So sorry if I seem low energy. I am kind of low energy. I got ADHD brain going active, so I'm prone to zoning out. So I apologize if I zone out while we're talking.
That's fine. I do that too sometimes. I'm just like, what were we talking about? That wasn't important, right?
I'll just zone out and then I'll come back like, huh?
Yeah.
Or I'll just nod along like, yeah, seems
Yep.
cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. That's the vibe. That's the mood.
Mhm.
But you know, like being on Vupechat has kind of helped me a lot with like the whole affiliate thing.
And it helps me meet new people and talk to them without feeling extremely anxious.
Yeah. I'm so shy.
I'm
so
really
shy.
anxious and shy. I have huge social anxiety along with ADHD. I can't I can't text people properly and I struggle a lot with that, and my behavior with texting is like borderline ghost and I feel incredibly bad, but I can't do much about it.
Yeah. I want to get better at like just DMing people too. Just like, especially because like I want to do more collabs and stuff. But I'm shy.
I like being alone when I do my streams. If I have close enough friends with you, I'll invite you to my stream, or I'll be on your stream. But if not, I'd rather be on my own stream.
Yeah. Like, I haven't actually done any collabs, but I want to at least try to do one. It's just kind of see what it's like.
Well, technically they're not collabs because we were just hanging out. Well, actually, yeah, they do count as collabs because my friends and I were just hanging out, playing games and stuff. Play a couple of games.
Yeah. And sometimes I just like idly wiggle. Sometimes I just wiggle. Sometimes that's just the vibe.
Yeah. I didn't zone out. You have no proof I did.
Yep.
It's a mood.
But your model is really cool looking.
What, blowing? Oh, that's my fan. I'm really hot. I'm very hot.
Oh.
Probably after I'm done with Vupechat, I'm gonna just pass out.
Yeah.
Because I'm getting tired, but I want to stay on until at least the event's over.
Yeah, that's the plan for me too. And then I'm gonna have dinner.
And then I'm gonna pass out.
That's it.
That's it. And then I'm just gonna go.
Yep.
That's what basically I'm gonna do.
Yep. You know, and just like made myself cozy for this, you know? I have my favorite blanket on me.
I'm vibing for the Halloween vibe, but I might not. I might switch models soon to the Suika because it's my main model.
Yeah.
Because the Halloween vibe is still on, but I feel like I'm a little tired of looking at the Halloween-esque theme, you know?
Yeah, I think I've got the vibe down. I mean, all I did was change my background. Yeah, I just wanted to be like a little darker and stuff. Oh.
Well, it was lovely talking to you.
Yeah, it was
I
nice
hope
talking to
you
you.
have a lovely day and take care and have a good sleep.
Bye.
Bye.
Sorry, that was a big yawn. Aw. Yeah, either if it like gets too slow or what? Ba. Sorry, I'm making sure I haven't lost tracking. Jacqueline. Oh, cool. Loot Undead. Path of the Dragon Druid. Oh, that's cool. Oh, hey! Hi! How are you?
Let's
Yeah.
go.
Yeah, I passed the vibe check too. I love the Halloween vibe check.
Yeah, it's my favorite.
Uh,
But yeah, hi. Also, hello to your chat as well. Hope you've been having a good stream.
hello, hello.
But yeah, hi. In short of the story, if you're wondering what the fuck with that description, ancestor passed a curse on me to keep me like in a state of limbo with undeath.
Huh.
And in life was a druid that practiced the path of the dragon, which
That's cool.
literally is in Celtic folklore is basically their civic planners because they check for ley lines, which are
Oh
where
wow.
dragons apparently had dragged their bodies across the ground, and where they converge is the best place to put some buildings that are of importance.
Oh, that's really cool.
Also, fun little detail, that's actually how we get the phrasing, getting the lay of the land.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. And in particular, when I chose like what option to turn into, that's more like draconic, well, I went sea serpent.
That's fun. Yeah, I
It's
like dragons.
I was gonna say, it's a lot easier to tell when you can see the tail, so nope.
Yeah.
Nope. There we go.
just bouncing everywhere was comedy gold, but yeah, that's cute.
Just fucking hit it with the upside down, bouncing on the sea.
Yeah. But yeah, Vupechat has been chaotic today. Chaotic in a brilliant way.
Yeah. Also, don't mind me, I'm gonna
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the Halloween thing has just been kind of a vibe today. I've been in, like, I've definitely seen some interesting things today.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting seeing
Yeah.
people decide how much of a shitpost they want to be.
Yeah, yeah. Like, have you seen the guy who's just being like a Domino's HR manager?
I went and saw him earlier.
Yeah.
Apparently I was the first person
Yeah.
to actually want to run a cash register.
That was so funny. that was just like, I wasn't expecting it, but it was just grade A content right there.
I mean, a surprise to be sure, but a welcome one nonetheless.
Yeah, yeah, and I saw someone who just turned their model just into Megamind.
Oh yeah, they were the first person I saw today.
Yeah, that was just yes. I love what you're doing.
And what's funny is that I actually got the fisheye filter thing on.
Yes.
So I just fucking pulled. So I just straight up pulled
Incredible, phenomenal, amazing.
Gotta love having AR kit tracking so I can actually do that kind of goofy shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I hope you've been having a good one, along with your chat as well, which
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I can just be a little shithead and fucking come in there with a ridiculous amount of emotes and say, fuck yeah.
Amazing.
Hello.
Hi, Jacqueline. Thank you for the follow.
I make my own shit.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Make whatever the fuck I feel like.
Exactly.
Although, admittedly, when getting things for using my model specifically, that was a little more difficult.
Yeah.
Sorry, big stretch.
Yeah. Oh.
I'm sorry, I didn't know if we were. I didn't know if you were also adding time, so I was like, hold on.
You added time, so I added time.
It's like, all right, time to play chicken.
Yep. Yep, that was the vibe right there. Yep. Yep.
Like, do it. You won't. You won't.
Yeah, that's fine.
But yeah, like I honestly have like so much other goofy
Yeah.
shit I love showing. But
Yeah. Us goofy VTubers, right? Am I right? Wingless Angel. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Hello. Hi, hi.
Hello.
How are you? Oh, God. Oh, God!
I think there's something wrong with your neck.
I was betrayed.
Well, what color of wrapper was it?
I don't even know. I don't even pay
And
attention to
that's why
that
you
shit
got
anymore.
tricked.
At least
You
I
gotta
didn't
keep an
get
eye out for the
Carled.
wrapper colors.
Exactly.
I'm sure it'll shrink down. Eventually.
Yep.
Probably.
It's really funny if I just put my face in it. Let me just scoot my model down. Because then I look like that meme of like the generic male wolf.
Oh, that.
He's like generic cartoon male wolf. But also sniff a sniff 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 sniff. Like I feel like I should screenshot this and just turn this into like a sniffa icon for my chat or something.
It's up to you.
Like I think that'd be really funny. Actually, that's. Oh, okay, we're back. Anyways, yep, that's how I've been doing today.
Fair enough. It definitely has been a really decent event for Voop.
Yeah, it's been.
I know I'm enjoying myself.
Yeah, I'm having a great time. I've met a few pretty funny people, just like some pretty funny like costumes and stuff, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many pieces of candy have you gotten so far?
20.
62.
Nice. I mean, I've only been on for like 3 hours.
I've lost track of how long I've been on here.
Oh god. Yeah, yep. I've met people who have been on here for like 11 hours, which is crazy. Like I planned to be on earlier, but I slept in.
I could not sleep in. I tried.
Yeah. I'm having ye old VTuber sleep problem. Ye old VTuber sleep schedule vibes.
It's definitely a it's definitely been a very interesting day.
Oh yeah. I've met a lot of cool people though. Like I've had some fun with all this.
Yeah. I also never thought I'd reach 100 followers.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm almost there. I'm at 85. I'm so close.
You'll get there.
It's crazy. Because I've been doing Vupechat streams for like maybe 3 or 4 weeks now, and my follower count has just exploded.
Yeah. Guess that happens when we put ourselves out there.
Yep. I guess that is. It's pretty crazy. Just like, oh hey, suddenly I'm almost at 100 followers. What?
Yeah. It's definitely been a really good experience joining Voop.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like I think that's like my new like number one advice. If you is for like new VTubers, just join Vupechat.
Yeah.
Like you can vibe. There's Mentor Monday, so you can get like a little bit of advice, that sort of thing.
True. Well, it was real nice meeting you.
Yeah, yeah. It's
Hopefully
nice
you have
seeing you
a
too.
good. Hope you haven't even been. Oh,
Yeah.
my monitors.
Yeah.
What's going on with my monitors?
Uh oh. Uh oh. Uh oh. Only. Wait, I need to make sure my model is scooted off a little bit. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hi. Kazahana. Hello. Oh my goodness, you're cute.
Hello.
Hi. Oh god.
You got punished.
Oh god.
Just make a bunch of noise. It's okay. He doesn't hurt that bad. He's fine. He's just the blue stupid little fucker who is annoying. Just yell. No?
Oh god. Yep. Listen, this is my first time getting him today. Okay.
I can't say anything because I've gotten him too much today. So.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Oh god.
It's okay. It's not that bad.
Yeah, I just don't like being jump scared. I'm just
He's
a little
not
potato.
that bad of a jump scare. He's not that bad of a jump scare.
Yeah. Why are my
He's
key
not like
lines
a
still
horror
work?
game jump scare. He's
Yeah.
not a horror game
Yeah, it
jump
got me the
scare,
first
so
few
you know what?
times. Definitely got me to yell like a little potato. I don't know why.
He's gonna go sooner or later unless you start yelling, and then he will go when you kind of expect it.
Yeah, yeah. Ah! Ah!
See, he's not that bad. He's not
The
that bad.
gremlin noises! The freaking gremlin noises. That's the best way to do
I
it.
don't know what you're talking. It's fine. It's fine.
Sometimes you just gotta make some gremlin ass sounds. That works.
You do.
That works.
I mean, sometimes I just yell at him.
Yeah. Yep.
Just gotta yell at Carl, you know. But yeah, how's your group chat been going for you today?
It's been going pretty well. I'm having a pretty good time.
Yeah, same. Just chilling, talking to the people, finding more new people than people that I actually know, which is lovely.
Yeah. Like I've been on here for maybe like 3 weeks, and I feel like I kind of know everybody already.
Oh, I've been on definitely more than for 3 weeks, and I can't tell you how many times I look at a number and I'm like, oh, there's this many people. Maybe I'll meet somebody new.
Yeah.
Hi, person I know. Hi, other person I know. Oh, hello. How are you doing today?
Yeah. Yeah. I definitely feel that.
Well, I mean, I've never seen you before, so that's great. New person today.
Yeah. It's nice seeing new people on here.
Yeah, it's great because then I don't have to think about drawing somebody I've met before.
Are you drawing a Furby?
No.
Is that a Furby?
That's an insult to you. You're just insulting yourself at this point in time, you know?
Oh wait. Oh, I just got myself a Furby. Shit. No. That's cool. Geomalith. That's cool. Hello. Oh god, it's just purple. Hello. Oh, hi. And I passed the vibe check. Yay.
The vibe check.
Yeah, the little trick or treat vibe check. That's what I've been calling it.
Oh.
Cause someone else called it that, and now, yeah, that's a vibe check for sure. I'm just calling it what it is.
Definitely.
Anyways, how are you doing today?
I haven't had any occasion to feel bad.
Yeah.
Although now I'm figuring out that maybe I should have been drawing instead of being on here.
And I've been on here for 3 hours. So I've just been chilling. I've just been chilling.
Yikes.
Yeah. But it's been pretty fun. It's been pretty funny today. Like I've met a lot of cool people.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, I believe that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been pretty fun today. It's been pretty fun. It's just having a pretty fun time and just, chatting to plenty of new people and having some laughs along the way. And you know what? That's why I like Vupechat. Honestly, I have so many reasons why I like Vupechat, honestly.
I mean, Vupechat is cool because it's just VTuber Omegle.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And like it's just fun to like have some good chats. Like sometimes you just talk about kind of cool shit. I'm gonna skip him. Sammy. Oh, it's Sammy. Hey.
Hey, Moon. How's it going?
It's going good. It's going pretty well.
Nice. How'd you been enjoying the event?
I've been having a lot of fun with it. I've been having a ton of fun. I've met some like pretty funny people today.
Yeah, I've been on it all day.
Oh wow. Yeah, I was gonna be on a lot earlier, but I slept in until like 2 p.m. or something crazy like that.
I don't really sleep in much anymore. But I woke up early today because it was a long day. And that a bad night. I was just so excited about this event, I could barely sleep.
Yeah.
And most of the people I wanted to meet, I did not get the chance to.
Yeah. I didn't even know there was going to be guests today until like a few hours ago when I met up with someone and was like, "Oh yeah, did you hear about the guests or like did you meet any of the guests?" Like, there's guests on.
There have been a lot of them. Although, like I said, I didn't meet most of them.
Yeah. Yeah, so for me, it's not about meeting the guests like at all. I'm just here to vibe and like do Halloween stuff.
Get in the chat and hopefully connect with other VTubers.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep. This is the place to do it.
Yep.
I've had community members who come from here.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, yeah. I've met some I've had some people like join my community from here, which is pretty fun.
Yeah. This is a good place to advertise.
Yeah, yeah, it really is.
Yeah, just advertise yourself, not to try to advertise any streams going on.
Yeah, yeah.
Because the Discord doesn't really focus on that much.
Yeah.
So who's one more interesting person you've met?
Have you seen the Domino's HR hiring dude?
No, I haven't met that one. Someone's actually hiring?
Well, no, like like it's like a whole like they're not like seriously hiring, but it's just kind of like this guy like, going around like doing like fake job interviews for like Domino's.
Oh. Okay. Well,
That was
I know someone who does that with bands. So when
uh
person's band, she gives them a advert to McDonald's and basically is like, "Here, go get a real job. You shouldn't be here. Have that maturity."
that's funny. That's funny.
Yeah, I think so too. This has been a good event, especially going for so long.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I wonder if we're gonna do this again for Thanksgiving.
Who knows?
I'm curious if they'll do this for Christmas itself, because obviously not Christmas Day, because they'll
Yeah.
assume we're just going to
Yeah.
we're just gonna be with our families.
I hope so, especially because like I thought about doing like a 24-hour like Vupechat marathon for my debut anniversary, which is like December 19th. So that could match up like really well.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just kind of doing a couple different things. I'm watching a little war between three streamers who are trying to stream this whole day.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Since this morning and are still going.
Yeah, I've already I think I've met Dustin or Dusty or the vampire.
Dustcraft.
Yeah, Dustcraft. I mean, he's pretty cool.
Dustcraft, Edmund, and Sweet Hug.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know all three of them, but I try to
Yep.
remain a fairly neutral party in their little
Yep.
endeavor.
I just think it's. I mean, that's pretty funny though. That's pretty funny though. Like, we love competition here.
Yeah, it's all this for a Steam card for $20. Seriously.
I think that's the funniest part. Like that's the funniest part. Like, it's a Steam card for $20. That's.
It is. All right, Moon. It was good
All
to
right.
talk to you again.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Nice to meet you. Bye. Guessed. Yeah, I guess they weren't. Wow. I'm getting hungry. But I have no money to order in. Sad. Yep. Oh. Hey, it's Rose. We've bumped into her before. Hi! Oh god.
How are you?
Good. I'm doing very well. I'm having a great time here on Vupechat tonight.
Yay! I'm glad.
Yeah.
How long have you been live for?
Only 3 hours. Yeah, I wanted to start when it started, but that was like at 8 a.m. and I'm not an 8 a.m. person, so.
No, I'm the same way. I'm just like, I could, but at the same time, sleep.
Exactly.
But yeah, how's your day been so far?
It's been pretty good. It's been pretty nice. It's been a pretty fun stream so far.
Yay! I'm glad.
Yeah, I've had some really good laughs so far.
We love to see that. We love to hear that.
Yeah, because have you met the guy who's going around as like a fake Domino's HR hiring manager or whatever? That was comedy gold for me right there.
I did not get a job from him.
I did. I'm logistics.
See, I was gonna be remote security. But which is funny because I've never worked a security job before.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, you can be a driver. I don't have a driver's license IRL. I'm just gonna listen. I'm just gonna crash my car into the woods and run off with all the pizza. That's a plan. That's a plan. That's a goal right there.
Like free pizza and you can't track me. It's all
Exactly.
Yeah. But your day has been really good so far?
Yeah. And I've also met this VTuber who just they did something with her model, like they turned the skin blue and yeeted their hair off and just made themselves into Megamind, which is just that was funny. That was hilarious.
That sounds like a fun toggle.
Yeah. I mean, I do have a bald toggle somewhere in here. That, you know, come on. There it is. Behold.
Bald! I didn't realize how strange it would look to see a furry model without like their human-esque hair. I know, I'm
Right?
just like,
Right?
wait, it doesn't look right. Because I was always just like, huh. But now that I see it, I'm just like, no, it needs the
Yeah.
I need the hair. If they're designed with hair.
Yeah.
Or like some sort of like underneath tuft underneath.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sleepy. I've been streaming for 9.5 hours.
Oh God. Yeah, I'm about to take a break to just grab a snack or something.
I've taken 3 major breaks.
Yeah.
All of them food related.
Yep. Valid. Accurate. Mood. Right there.
I'm still eating my cinnamon twists. They're a little stale now.
Not the stale cinnamon twist. No.
I don't care. I paid money. They're gonna get eaten.
Nice talking to you. Bye.
Take care. Bye.
Yeah, I need a snackies. I need snackies, chat. I'm hungry. Hungry? But I'm gonna be right back with something to munch on. Sorry about that. I'm back now. Hi, it's spaghetti. But anyways, I know I said I go until the event ends, but after such a long break, let's do a few more. A boba. And if there's nothing, there's nothing. I mean, it's looking at like the trick or treat overlays, so that's good. I think I'm gonna go for like 30 more minutes or something. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 a boba. Oh hey, Chris lost. She's lost. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you,
Hi.
Kage.
Oh, you're
hi.
so cute. Hello.
Hello. Yeah,
Hi.
you're cute.
Oh no.
Oh. You
Fuck.
have...
Ah. Ah.
Are you not afraid of Carl?
I kind of am, but I'm just more annoyed by him. I'm gonna be real.
Have you encountered him a lot today?
Yep. Yep. I've seen way too much of this man. This fuzzy little fuck boy.
Oh, I see.
Ah.
Oh, there he goes.
Ah. Come on. Ah.
Oh.
Ah.
Oh, I. This is the longest I've ever seen him on stream. Oh my god. Well, now that you're free.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Chi. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Yeah. Are you okay?
Yep.
Yeah, okay,
I'm
just
just
checking.
Listen, I've been harassed by that little blue fuckboy for like 5 hours, okay?
Oh my, you've been on here for 5 hours?
Yep. Yep.
Oh my god. I only have like 3 hours. That's crazy.
I was gonna be on here for a lot longer. Because I wanted
Were
to
you
be
gonna
here.
try and do the challenge?
Nah, not really.
Hmm.
But I did want to be here for like the full like event.
Hmm. It's very fun from what I've seen.
Yeah, I've met a lot of great things. I like met a lot of great people today.
Mm-hmm. Was there someone that sticks out for you that you've met so far?
Ooh, there's two. There's two like really funny ones I've seen.
Okay.
The first one was someone like their whole Halloween shtick was to be like a hiring manager for Domino's.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, like you match with them and you get a fake Domino's job interview.
That's awesome. You're just like getting interviewed on the spot. Holy
Yeah,
crap.
yep, on stream, on the spot.
Yep.
And then the other one was someone who did something to their model. I don't know, like they turned it blue and turned on their like bald toggle or something. And they were just mega mind.
Oh my god. That's actually iconic. What the
that
heck?
that was like the most iconic thing I've seen on Vupechat. Like I've been here for like 3 weeks. I've been on Vupechat for like 3-4 weeks.
Oh,
by now.
nice.
And that was just iconic and amazing.
That's really cool. That's. I hope I encounter the Megamind person. That seems really fun.
Yeah,
I want to take
yeah.
a picture with them.
Yeah, that was really funny. That was just like grade A comedy. Like
Yeah. That's awesome.
that
I
was like
think
the first person I ran into too.
really.
Yes,
You
yes.
hit the lottery. Holy crap.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Damn, I wonder if they're still on.
I don't think they are. Because it was like
Oh.
right when I started.
Yeah, I started late, so I was like, we'll see who's on. But
Yeah.
I think the
Yeah.
only weird, not weird, but like the I think the only interesting interaction I've had is with Gary.
Oh
That
yeah, yeah, I
was
saw that.
earlier. Yeah, I was like, what is happening right now? I thought it was really interesting. Yeah, they were really cool. Just meow meow meow.
Yep, yep. That was
Yeah.
definitely something.
Yeah.
But yeah. This has definitely been a day on Vupechat. Sometimes I keep almost saying VR chat.
True. I was told that I said it
Yeah.
wrong. Honestly.
Oh, shit. Damn it. Yeah, we have revoked your chemical bond. So, we already talked to her. Oh, Taylor Anime. Okay, VTuber. Oh, wow. He's a manager. Hello. Oh, hi. You're cute.
Ah, the furry!
Eh.
Konnichiwa, Guadamina Slime, Genki desu ka, Watashi wa no Mai wa Taylor.
Hi.
Hi. So,
Your model is really cute and squishy looking.
oh shit. God damn it.
What? What? Squish. I squish.
Cool down, haha.
No! Not the jar! Oh no! No, not the jar and dash! Not the jar and dash! Not the fucking jar and dash! Hi!
Hi there. How's
I
it
got.
going?
I got, oh. This is great. This is.
Yeah.
It's going great if you couldn't tell.
Rather, yeah, I can see. But how's did you enjoy the event? Were you a part
Yeah.
of it?
Yeah. I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, I'm going a little longer, because I accidentally took a an hour break to eat some spaghetti, so you know what? Worth it.
Was it at least good?
Yeah.
Okay, but did you have was it just spaghetti or did you have like a meatball with like sausage, cheeses?
Nah, I had meat sauce with it.
Ooh, okay, okay.
Listen, breaking for food is very important.
Really important, especially
Yeah.
if you're live.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go for like an extra hour or something.
That's fair. I've been here for like the last like 7 hours.
Oh,
I'm probably gonna
wow.
go for until my friend lets me know that she's hopping off. She still wants to play something.
Yeah,
Knowing her,
yeah.
I'll be like, oh my god, I'm gonna get off after this one.
That's valid.
Have your Voops been good?
Yeah, yeah, some have been like pretty funny actually. Like I've seen like some like really funny people on today.
That's good. That's good. It's been good for me as well, especially coming from an introvert.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I really love Vupechat. It's so much fun.
I actually, technically today was the first time I was able to pop in for an event.
Huh.
Yeah.
Wow.
I haven't had enough time in my hands to like keep in my head before the older
Mm.
events.
Yeah.
So definitely enjoyed it. For my first time, really, really enjoyed it.
Yeah. And there's some crazy people on here trying to break the record for like who's streamed Voop Chat the longest.
Oh yeah, no, I heard of the competition.
Yeah. I'm not about that. Like I was going to do like a 24-hour Voop Chat stream for my anniversary, but that's like in December. So that's not relevant yet. I mean, kind
Okay,
of.
yeah.
It's coming up, but it's not relevant just yet.
Yeah, just a little. Well, just a little bit to go.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. Voop chat, great.
Yeah.
Honestly, wish I had more chances to pop my head
Yeah, me too. I like hanging out here.
in. Yeah.
And it's just like a great place to hang out.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's been a pleasant time with you, and I
Yeah.
hope you enjoy the rest of your Voops.
You too. Bye. Okay, I'm gonna pop. One of my muscle relaxants real quick. Give me a second. Oh, it's let me clap. Hold on.
Hello.
Hello. Hi.
How's it how's it going?
Good.
Yep.
I'm. Yay! I
Great.
didn't die from the
So
trick or treat thing this time.
did you enjoy the event?
Yeah, yeah, I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun.
Same, I did as well. I did not stay for the entire. I did not join for the entire event. I joined a little later on.
Yeah, yeah, I
Yeah,
joined it a little later, but I still had a lot of fun, and I still got some good
I did
laughs,
as
and
well. Same. Did you meet some nice people today?
yeah, 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 and I met like some just people who are just here to just be silly.
Yeah, like I know the snail. What was it? Gary the snail? You
Yeah,
know that one?
yeah, yeah. That was funny. That was funny. Just like okay.
Yeah, I saw someone that was that whose model was Clippy. I don't know if you know what I
Oh
mean.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah,
Windows XP thing.
yeah. I,
Did you meet them?
I did not, but I did see someone who like they did something with their model, like they like put on their bald toggle and they made themselves blue, so they just made themselves into Megamind.
Hi.
That was like
Talking about computer.
that was
I
like
saw from. Yeah, I'll let you speak.
that was grade A funny. That was grade A funny. That was like the first person I met today too.
Wow, nice. Yeah, I saw on when I was watching, looking at live stream Twitch, I saw somebody was live streaming with the same model with a similar model to Chibi Donkey.
Oh, wow.
I did not match. I sadly did not match them. All I'd have asked, are you a Chibi Donkey sibling?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, which is fine. This is probably good. Yeah, you're probably the last person I'm going to speak to tonight, anyway.
yeah, yeah. I think I'm gonna try to pull it like maybe another hour or something, but that's probably gonna be it.
Yeah, it's 3:30 in the morning. Technically, it's meant to be 4:30, but at 2 a.m. to this, the clocks went back an hour because
Uh,
of it switching from British Summer Time back to Greenwich Mean Time.
yeah, yeah,
Basically, we're getting an extra hour in bed.
yeah.
Which means my body thinks it's 4:30.
Oh, yep, yep. That's a little too
I
relatable.
actually almost yeah, I almost fell asleep about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's very,
But
very
luckily
relatable. Very
somebody
relatable.
matched someone matched up with me and which quickly brought me back up before I fell asleep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is there?
Yeah. Um, that's fair. But yeah, I'm just like
Yeah,
chilling. I'm just chilling.
that's good. I've been chilling as well. Getting ready for bed and everything. What's your plans after here, after the event? Well,
I
after
mean,
Butte Chat?
I'm probably gonna go to sleep too.
Fair enough. What time is it for you now?
It's almost midnight.
Oh wow. Yeah, if you want to get some sleep, you should as well.
Yeah.
Seems like we're both gonna go do the same thing and sleep.
Yeah. Like maybe I'll like work on art or read or something for an hour or two, and then I'm just gonna go to bed.
Yeah. It was really nice talking to
Yeah.
you as well.
Yeah. Nice talking to you too,
I hope
Lemon.
you have a great. You too. I hope you have a great rest of your night.
You too. Bye. I kind of like this darker green. I feel like it's a better. Oh, it's a gator. Uh-oh. They ran away. Adventure. Okay. Wait, I'm part dragon. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hi.
Hi. How's it going?
Good.
Oh,
It's going great.
glad to hear it's going great for you.
Listen, the trick or treat penalties, the vibe check has just been getting me all night.
Yeah, I feel you. That 50-50.
Yeah, you never know what you're gonna get, and that's honestly both terrifying and hilarious at the same time.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, what have you been up to tonight, if you don't mind me asking?
I've just been poking around on Vupechat and just, hanging out and having a good time.
Hell yeah. Honestly, same here, same here. Also, I really like how your model turned out. It's really cool.
Oh, thank you. It was like a kind of like customize your own from Etsy. I got.
Oh, I see. Well, it
Yeah.
turned out really nice.
Thank you.
Mhm. Uh, oh, I see up here that it says you enjoy roguelikes. Do you mind if I ask what your favorite roguelike is?
Uh, I like the Hades series. Honestly, I know that's the most basic. And actually, Abandoned Archive, Vito's
Ooh,
little other project.
nice, nice.
I actually really like that. Like, I'm probably the only person in the swarm who's like actively anticipating that.
Ooh. You know what? I feel you. I'm like that with a lot of games myself. I'm going, oh, this looks so cool, and then everyone I know goes, what is this?
like, like it's so funny because like I went into Vito's chat for Neurosama and I came out with like a new hyperfixation name.
You know, fair, fair.
Yep, yep.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Oh man, yeah. So out of curiosity, how long you been doing the VTubing thing?
I've been doing it on and off for like 5 years now
Hell yeah.
because like it was like the middle of COVID and I was hella bored, so I just need something to do.
I feel you. I
Um,
feel you.
yeah, but like I really started like over the past year or so.
All right. Cool, cool. So start off as a bit of a small hobby and then got a little bit bigger as it went.
Yeah, yeah. It's like for me, like one of the big draws is just seeing like a new way to embody the persona I've had since middle school.
That's very fair.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yo, so, yeah. Oh, sorry. That was me stretching a little bit. My neck was feeling a little stiff.
Yeah. Sitting here for like it's been 5 hours for me. That'll do
Oh,
it to you.
That'll definitely do it. That'll definitely do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I just got back from like a break, but yep.
Yeah, but still, a good chunk of the day you've been sitting there with the models. Yeah, sometimes you gotta stretch. You gotta
Yeah.
stretch.
Yeah.
uh, well, I guess in that case, I guess now the other question, as a fellow VTuber, what's your hydration of choice? Mine's tea.
Oh, same here. Especially like now that it's fall,
Oh yeah.
like I like to like brew myself like a little like cinnamon tea and I put like brown sugar and maple syrup in it.
Ooh, that
Yes.
sounds real good.
Yes.
Yeah, what I've been getting here recently is a favorite of mine, which is hibiscus that I boil with blueberries and add a little bit of sugar.
Ooh, that's really nice. Yeah, but like during the summer, I'm just ye old tea.
Fair, fair. Yeah,
Yeah.
summer is thing of, what do we want? Well, I grew up in the South, so hit me with that Southern sweet tea. I'm ready to get some cavities.
Yep. Same.
Yeah, let me shoot you one of these real. Oh, we had the same idea.
Yeah. We really did. We really did.
Oh, glad to see the brain cells rubbing together today.
Heck yeah. Sometimes it just happens. It's rare, but it happens.
Oh yes. It was great meeting you. You have yourself a fantastic rest of your night, okay?
Yeah, it's nice meeting you too. Bye.
Yeah.
Oh god. I had a lot of fun tonight. Oh, we already spoke. Oh, yeah, we're gonna go until midnight. I think is the plan. And then we're gonna raid out to someone. I think that's the plan. We're probably gonna raid out to Dust. Because he's gonna be here for like 24 hours trying to be in that bullshit. We got a clam. Da 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 da. I've been getting really good clams today. Oh, I love the Warbo, right? Oh, there's the jar. Finally, I got a jar. Finally. A dry dock. Oh, it's a sailor clown. That's cool. Hello. Oh, you're cute. Little pumpkin.
Ahoy!
Hi. Hello.
Yeah, I got turned into the pumpkin tonight. So trick or treat.
Yeah. How are you?
Doing good. A little bit late to the party.
Yeah. I'm probably gonna be streaming until midnight my time.
There you go.
Yeah, so it's like 20 more minutes or so.
And my head is full of seeds, so it's been a rather interesting night. So you're streaming?
Yeah.
The jar? Not the jar.
Yeah.
They tried to jar the pumpkin.
Yeah. I mean, that's how you make preserves, right?
Certainly.
You know, you gotta keep them pumpkins fresh.
At least it's not look at them pumpkins. So what do you normally stream?
I'm pretty much a variety streamer. Like, sometimes I'll do whatever's going on in Vupechat if there's like a big event or something. Sometimes I'll just like do whatever game I'm hyperfixating on, or like a cozy game, especially these days now that it's fall. Um, or like I'll draw, or like go down like random ass Wikipedia rabbit holes.
There you go. Variety streamer, mostly stream art, a lot of behind the scenes stuff too, and every once in a while I'll do an IRL stream of a show or that I'm involved with. Like tomorrow, I have a magic show that I'm performing
Oh, that's
with.
cool.
So
That's really cool.
the game I've been playing a lot lately is called Zeepkist, which is a soapbox racing derby game.
Oh, that's cool. That's really fun. I like that a lot. Or like another thing is like if there's like a new episode of something I'm interested in out, like Amazing Digital Circus or Has Been Hotel or Hell of a Boss or something like that. So like React Andy level content.
I kind of have an idea to go and actually punk some people with different voices and stuff on some of these games.
Oh, that would be fun. That would be fun. You really should.
I've been a entertainer my whole life. My dad was a clown and
Mm.
magician, and I grew up in his oversized footprints. So, or oversized shoe prints, I should say.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just your average Appalachian shapeshifting cryptid that vibes out in the woods.
I'm near the Appalachia too.
Yeah.
I'm actually right now foothills of the Ozarks,
Oh wow. That's cool.
and I've been all around the Appalachia and that too. So
Yeah. I mean,
moved
like,
around a lot.
yeah, like one of my like little favorite IRL tidbits about myself to like just toss out is I was literally born on a mountain on the Georgia Tennessee border, so
There you go. I used to work at a little place in northern Georgia called Helen,
yep.
in Helen, Georgia. So,
Mm.
and I also worked at Wild Adventures on the border of Florida and Georgia as well. Well, you have a good night and
You
happy
too.
Halloween.
Bye, you too. Okay. I'm having some fun with this. It's been a nice night. It's been a nice night on Vupechat. I'm getting a little eepy sleepy though. That's might because of the muscle relaxants though. Those things knock me the hell out. I like 90s Mage. 90s Mage would be one hell of a VTuber. Like, sometimes I just get ideas for VTubers, and like, you know what? If I sold that as a design, I would probably be rich. Or at least have like $100 more. They must be running out of people. Let me give it a check. Oh, 33 left online. I mean, that's enough or something. Hopefully. No, not my Funko Popperinos. Save me, Iron Man. Hey, doing this one. Like, beating up not on pasta day. I love Florix comics. They're so funny. Even when they don't really make sense, they're funny. I feel like that's me when I see someone I know on Vupechat. Like, hey, it's the boys. The boys are home. It's taking forever to get a match. Oh, Jake and Zombie, Lava Dog, PNG. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Hello. Oh my gosh, that's a cute model.
Thank you. My partner designed the character, but Jesus, okay.
Oh fuck.
That was a bit loud. But yeah, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm having a great time. I'm having a great night.
Nice, nice.
How about you?
I'm alright. Was just recommended to do this by a friend, by like a mutual of mine, because they were streaming this earlier.
Gotcha.
Just about like 10-20 minutes ago. So I figured I would give it a try, see how it is, and also like not be as socially anxious around people.
Yeah. Vupechat definitely helps me in that front.
Yeah.
Like, it's generally helped me a lot to be a lot less anxious.
Yeah. Like, yeah. Like, I've been, like, a bit calmer since doing this, because I was really anxious to do it at first and almost backed down. But I was like, you know what? If I'm gonna do it, I might as well just do it now. So.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, do you watch any sort of anime, and like, if so, what? Like, what kind? What types?
It's been a while since I've actually watched some anime. I really want to get back into it, but it's just like one of those things where it's like a bit of a time commitment.
Fair. That's fair enough. Did you like have a favorite anime when you were watching?
I think my favorite is probably the Fate series.
Fair enough. That I've never seen any of Fate, but I do know of it.
Yeah.
It was something I would have watched at some point during my early years of
Oh
watching
god.
anime.
That is a Voop surge.
Oh, okay.
That sends you to someone new.
Oh, okay then. Well, bye then.
Bye. Alright. Oh, we still got our Carl. Griffinwood. Oh, it's... Oh god, it's Clippy. Hi.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Can you see me?
I cannot.
Dang it! That's the second time somebody who was live couldn't see me.
That kind of
The
sucks.
only times that someone was live. Okay, well, hi. I'm Clippy.
Hi.
Yeah. The last person who was live said that somebody mentioned that there was this dude dressed up as a paperclip going through the chat thing through Vupechat. So, yeah, that was me. I was like, wait, hold up. People are actually talking about me?
Yeah, I heard you being mentioned here and there.
This is really interesting. I was not expecting that to be my first form of real online exposure to people, It's a shame that they can't see me. But hi people. Hi Neon
Hi.
Moon VT227's chat.
Hello. Hi.
So did you create your own design, or is this like a pre-made?
It's a design I made myself, but it's based off of well, this is a pre-made, like customize your own model that I got off of Etsy.
Nice. Vessi? What's Vessi?
Etsy.
Oh, Etsy. Let's see. And oh, your pronouns are any.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it's funny that always broke my brain. I don't know why. I mean, like, great, I can't misgender you, but I also don't know what to call you.
Yeah.
But like,
Yeah.
the more I thought about it, the more I realized, you know what? You're being stupid, Clippy. Just call them what you think they might be. Like, if someone's got any pronouns and they sound like a girl, and I can literally call them whatever the frick I want, I'll just call them a she, her. What's so hard about that? What's so hard about that? Nothing. Nothing's hard about that. What was the big freaking deal? You stupid brain.
Yeah. Yeah. I totally
Sometimes
get
brain be
that.
like that. Anyways, so yeah, so I'm Clippy, and the whole thing started when Louis Rossman made a video that got millions of views saying change your profile pic to Clippy. I'm serious.
Right. Yeah. I think
They
I've
made
heard that.
subsequent videos about it, and so the Clippy movement's been growing, but apparently a lot of people have not seen any Clippies out in the wild.
Hmm.
Yeah, a lot of people have like this was their first time actually seeing Clippy like as a thing in like decades.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's kind of a way of life,
Mhm.
specifically a way of life against the uh, can I swear in this chat or
Sure, go ahead.
enshittification of big
Mm.
tech and the erosion of our ownership of our stuff. So, in my case, I thought, hey, wait a second, I'm a VTuber. There's a Clippy model. I can become him. You changed
Exactly.
your profile picture to Clippy. I became Clippy. We are not the same.
Nice.
And I can actually use this to like. I wanted to make a video about what you can do with an unsupported computer because you know about the whole
Mm.
Windows 10 debacle.
Oh yeah, I just heard about that.
So yeah, if your computer can't update, you're kind of up a creek. You got four options and none of them are good. Well, I'm sorry, I meant none of them are optimal. Uh, you can either stay on Windows 10 with LTSC, but then your software is probably not going to be supported for as long as that Windows will be, which will be supported until 2032, but it's just delaying the inevitable when you'll have to put Windows 11 on it. Only problem
Yeah.
is that if it's not supported, well, it's not going to get updates. So the other option is to just use Linux. Now, I say just use Linux. Obviously, that's
Yeah.
like the hardest option, but it's also the one option that you can just update without having to manually get involved, you know?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So, yeah. So I wanted to make a video about this because I thought, hey, you know what? I can become now I am become Clippy. Why not use that?
Exactly. That's a great idea actually.
And a lot of people aren't really talking about how, despite the fact that you can put Windows 11 on unsupported hardware, it won't get updated. Well,
Mm.
it will, but it won't. So it turns out Windows has like feature updates that basically give whole new versions of Windows, uh, separate from the updates that each of those versions will get. So you can be up to date but still have an update available. Oh, Windows 11 won't give you those new updates available. So yeah, this is a really big issue. But anyways, how is you?
I'm doing pretty well. I'm doing good. I'm just vibing.
What's this thing that keeps popping up that says what plus one new chatter online?
I think it's reading someone's news online.
Oh, like on the website, not on like Twitch.
Yeah.
So I'm talking
Yeah.
about that makes way more sense because I was like, would they tell me about Neon Moon's chat?
Yeah, I think it's just on the website in general.
Well, it's a darn shame that you can't see me because this is really freaking awesome.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, looks like we're about to go.
All right.
Bye, chat.
Bye.
Have fun.
Bye. Okay. Oh yeah, there's 19 people left. I think that's it. I think. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get it. I think I'm gonna. I think we're good. I think we're good. So yeah, I think that's gonna be it. That's gonna be it for the night. I am gonna send you to someone new. Let's see who we're rating tonight. Thank you for watching. Let's see. Um, is a vampire dude still on? Yeah, no problem. It's always nice talking to you. Same category. Let's see. Oh no, dang he. Let's go to Sweet Hug. I'm gonna send you all to Sweet Hug, okay? I'm gonna see you later. Bye bye.